Thank you. Hello, I am Black Eyed Please. I would like to personally welcome you to the Hall of Dames, Arizona's only bank track roller derby venue, brought to you by the Arizona Derby Dames.
And good evening. I am Clofton P. Grudge, otherwise known as Black Eyed Please's sidekick. Tonight's doubleheader will feature our adult and junior skaters. Coming up first is our adults. The Coffin Draggers will be taking the track against the Runaway Brides for some fast-paced, hard-hitting, competitive roller derby. You see them out there warming up as we speak. Before we begin, let's go over some ground rules. First, please no whistling from the stands, as it can interrupt the game. Similarly, skaters in the stands, we know you like to call out penalties. Please don't. Let the regulators do that. Let's see. Please keep in mind when in line for the bathroom, skaters take priority. They have to get back to the track. We do have two actually really nice portable bathrooms outside that will help to relieve the line stress on our one bathroom in here. Also, don't forget, for the safety of our skaters and yourselves, please keep your body parts on the outside of the track behind the yellow line unless you are part of the Bout production crew. You don't want to catch a roller skate to the back of the head. We'll be starting with safety checks here momentarily, and we'll introduce you to the regulators that are regulating for us this evening. You see the teams getting one last round around the track in. We wanted to also let you know, if you're here in the warehouse with us, the Fry Guy food truck is outside, specializing in all kinds of soul food. Award-winning fried chicken, it says on their truck, and you can't put that on your truck if it's not true. So Fry Guy will be outside this evening till probably well into the second bout. A great thing to stop and eat between the two bouts. All right, Derby fans, looking down at the track as we get ready to go on the bout here. Just 12 minutes left on the bout countdown clock. As if we timed it, there's Freya Hugs letting us know it's time for safety checks. Regulators are going to come through. They're going to check the teams for safety, make sure helmets are buckled, wrist guards in place, knee pads, etc. 1 second. So while safety checks are happening, we did want to take one moment to introduce you to the one team that we could not do Derby without. That's the regulators. Because without the regulators, everything would devolve into anarchy. What was that? Penalty box. Oh, okay. All right, let's run down the regulators right now. Your head referee, Hoover Slam.
Penalty box, Lollipop.
Your game executioner, Freya Hugs.
Pack referee, Ref Boyardee.
Your other pack referee, Transylvania.
Eye in the Sky, Chief.
Your other eye in the sky is SPRG.
Jam referee, Meryl Streak.
And we have penalty tracker, Mad Moxie.
Penalty box, Zero Cool.
Penalty box visitors, Chase and Voorhees.
Scoreboard, Retromancer.
That's your regulators. Let's give them a round of applause because it's probably the only applause they'll get all night. Although I tell you what, fans, the first time they have a challenge and they break up from the challenge, we should give them applause then, too, because the whole bit about them never getting applause just, we should applaud the regulators every chance we get. And not just because I know the game executioner. All right, Derby fans, we want to direct your attention up to the video board. We recently hosted tryouts and welcomed a new group of skaters to our rookie team. We'd love to shout out our rookies working tonight. You see them scurrying around and keeping the warehouse looking nice. Let's hear it for the rookies. Woo! That's right. Now check out this video. All right, Derby fans, we got just about 4 minutes until team intros. 3.5, 4 minutes. We'll get to that in a moment. We also wanted to let you know tonight, we are happy to let you know the Derby Dames want to give a huge shout out to the Tilted Thunder Railbirds and every roller derby fan watching from Seattle this evening.
Tilted Thunder Roller Derby is a Seattle-based bank track league and a fellow member of the RDCL. Thank you, Tilted Thunder, for your support. We can't wait to see you on the track.
Don't forget, fans, walking around, you see people selling tickets. They've got tickets for the cash raffle. The cash raffle at the end of the night goes 50% to support the minor assaults and 50% back to the winner. And those tickets are 1 for $5 or 3 for $10. You also see them selling raffle tickets. We've got some fantastic raffle prizes for you this evening. Those raffle prizes include, we got a CrossFit gift card, haircut gift certificate, $75 value, pint glasses, and gift certificate for massage. Cool, look at all that stuff. Oh, of course, the tattoo at the end of the night, too. That's the big one. And a Siphon Draw goodie bag from Siphon Draw Apothecary. You all know Siphon Draw Apothecary, of course, a longtime sponsor of our league, run by our very own Dolly de los Muertos, who I don't think is here tonight, but was here refereeing our last bout. Excuse me, regulating our last bout. We don't say that word. All right, Derby fans, who's ready for some roller derby action? All right, it sounds like mostly everybody. I think mostly everybody's ready. That's cool. If your neighbor's asleep, wake them up, because it's time for team introductions. Your first team to come to the track this evening, and our first bout of the evening is the Coffin Draggers. Here come the Coffin Draggers, decked out in black and green this evening. You should see them get around the morgue in their roller skates. It causes a stir. Skating tonight for the Coffin Draggers, number 18, Embezzlement. Number 34, Pretty Hurt Machine. Number 59, Raul Juke. Number 96, Olive You Die. Number 300, Dolly Spartan. Number 669, Nikki Badaz. Number 1029, Reckless Rose. Number 1212, Bonnie Banshee. Number 1235, Bob Villain. Number 1300, Psycho Sis. Number 8020, All Beef Batty. Your co-captain of the Coffin Draggers, number 1951, Hellatrix Lestrange. And your captain of the Coffin Draggers, number 616, Antifa. Joining the Coffin Draggers from their bench tonight are Garantula and Bender B. Rodriguez.
Let's give a round of applause to the Coffin Draggers one more time. And skating tonight for your Runaway Brides, tonight on the Runaway Brides, we have double zero Novocaine. Number 1, Ellie Mayhem. Number 6, Tornado Alley. Number 11, Slaughtermelon. 22, Mimi Mahler. 151, Ash Smash'em. It is Ash's first game tonight. 182, Hannibal Lecture. 555, Stevie Thunder. 623, Hollywood. 72, Alan Ialacha. 1981, Sandra Slay O'Connor. Number 100, Cryptic Callie, your co-captain. And number 95, Lightning the Queen, your captain for tonight. Helping the Runaway Brides on their bench tonight is bench coach Troy McClure and Coach Baby.
All right, Derby fans, let's hear a cheer if you're here for the first time tonight, seeing your first Bank Track Roller Derby. There we go, we got a couple. All right, so if you're new to Bank Track Roller Derby, we'd like to help you out. Now, you'll see here in a couple of minutes, or a couple of seconds, when the first jam starts. Each team is going to send 5 skaters to the track. 4 of those skaters are blockers, and one of those skaters is known as the jammer. The jammer is the skater that has the alternate color star on their helmet. They're the ones who can score points, the jammers are. The whistle will start the 60-second jam, and everybody begins skating. The goal is for your team's jammer to get through the pack and then come around and pass opposing skaters for a point each. At the end of the bout, of course, the team with the highest score wins, because this isn't golf. We are just about ready to get underway here. There we go. We are ready to go for the first jam of the evening. It's going to be Reckless Rose for the Coffin Draggers.
And for the Runaway Brides, that's Cryptic Callie, your co-captain.
Jam gets underway. Both jammers trying to go up to the high side along the rail. Now here goes Callie down along the inside of Cryptic Callie is out and clear.
Rose is at the front, not quite out, gets knocked out by Mimi Mahler.
Cryptic Callie now approaching the pack for her first scoring pass. Gets pinned up into the rail, kind of breaks her momentum a little bit. Making her way through the pack now, trying to find an opening. She gets through and with picking up her points, calls off the jam. We will check the score from the infield. The Runaway Brides, of course, going to start things off first. It's going to be 3 points. 3 points for the Brides. Slaughtermelon to the jammer line for the Runaway Brides.
And that's 34, Pretty Hurt Machine for the Coffin Draggers.
Hurt's going to go right up the gut, dealing with Al Annihilate, but Al Annihilate is out of play. Again, if you're new to roller derby, the blockers have to be within 20 feet of the front of the pack to be able to block, or they have to stand aside and let the jammer go.
Slaughtermelon fighting a pack in the back, but she is almost out.
Wow! What a block by Dolly Spartan. She got through there like
Ooh.
threading the needle and wiped out Slaughtermelon, but let her jammer through. That was one heck of a block.
Looks like Hurt is coming around for one more scoring pass, and she calls that jam. Let's see how many points she got.
That was phenomenal. Dolly just like slid behind her own jammer and took out Slaughtermelon. Wow.
Can I do all?
Yeah, of course.
That is number 96. All of you die for the Coffin Draggers.
And at the jabber line for the brides, number 1, Ellie Mayhem.
All of you die is out of the pack.
Ellie Mayhem now tries to find a way to the front. Mimi Mahler running some blocker for her there at the beginning of the pack.
Olive coming around for a scoring pass. She gets out, subsequently getting all the points from that pass.
Yeah, again, more roller derby school, but you saw right there all 3 of those blockers for the brides ended up more than 20 feet away, so they had to put their hands up and let Olive go through. That's 11 points for the Coffin Draggers on the board to those first 3 for the brides. You've got Dolly Spartan for the Coffin Draggers.
Oh, and that's number 6, Tornado Alley for the Runaway Brides.
Tightly bunched pack now, making their way into the back straightaway. Neither of the jammers really close to the front at the moment. Now breaking free, here goes Dolly. There goes Dolly Spartan for the Coffin Draggers, outrunning that last blocker to the 20-foot line. 30 seconds left on the jam clock. Tornado Alley still fighting at the back of the pack, trying to get through that Coffin Dragger defense. Now manages to take advantage of the inbound Dolly Spartan to get out the front of the pack herself. Dolly now gets routed off to the infield, but those blockers out of place, so Dolly gets to finish her scoring pass and call it off. Four points for the Coffin Draggers there. Oh, Captain, my captain. It's the 2 team captains going up against each other. That's going to be Antifa for the Coffin Draggers.
And Lightning the Queen for the Runaway Brides.
Big collision, couple of brides blockers down. Both
jammers are in the front. Oh, and Lightning is out with Antifa right behind her. Lightning makes the smart decision to call it off so the other team does not get any points.
Yeah, you saw Lightning rolling backwards and seeing if her blocker could hold up Antifa. Called it off, no points for either side. We are going to have Raul Juke for the Coffin Draggers.
And Slaughtermelon for the Runaway Brides.
Yep. They've got numbers on their.
Yeah.
Up to the pack now. Both jammers kind of stuck in place. Pack really not moving. Raul now bouncing along the outside. Both jammers still in back. Now we start making some progress through the pack. Slaughtermelon bumped up into the rail.
This is excellent defense from both teams. Neither jammers have gotten out.
30 seconds left on this jam clock, and there goes Raul Juke down to the inside. Raul Juke, lead jammer once again for the Coffin Draggers. That's 5 straight jams the Coffin Draggers have gotten lead jammer. So the Coffin Draggers hot early here on the offensive.
Slaughtermelon still stuck in the pack as Raul comes for their first scoring pass.
Just a couple seconds left on the jam clock. Raul Juke's trying to turn and get her hips in front of a couple of skaters and get a point, and the clock expires.
Once again, we have all of you die on the line to jam for the Coffin Draggers.
Jamming for the Runaway Brides for the first time, Ash Smash'em. Full pack, not a lot of penalties called so far in the first couple of jams here. Ash down to the inside, Hellatrix Lestrange waiting to block her, and Wow, Cryptic Cali knocks Strange off into the infield.
Oh. All of you die almost out, but that was a great defensive effort by Ellie Mayhem.
Ash now makes it through the pack to get out. Try to keep this to one scoring pass for Olive. And Olive navigating a couple of down skaters in the first turn. All right.
Some penalties being called.
Yeah, I jinxed it. A whole lot of penalties called on that one, it sounded like. It's going to be Tornado Alley for the Brides.
And Nikki Badass for the Coffin Draggers. Oh, and Nikki is out.
Nikki out of the pack again. Coffin Draggers playing stout defense here. Tornado Alley runs right into Pretty Hurt Machine and gets the worst of that one. Meanwhile, Nikki finishes off a scoring pass and will come around for some more. Alley now with some assists from her blockers gets out of the pack. Here comes Nikki now to finish off this scoring pass. Goes to the high side. Bob Villain clears the way. And Nikki will call it off. Excellent work there by the Coffin Draggers on offense and defense. It's going to be 10 points for the Coffin Draggers. Coffin Draggers going to build a large early lead here. Jammer for the Coffin Draggers coming up is going to be Reckless Rose.
And that is Mimi Mahler for the Runaway Brides.
Rose up to the front of the pack. Ends up getting slowed down.
Mimi is out. Taking the low on that one, doing a little transition. Ooh.
Ellie Mayhem delivering one heck of a block right there. And tries to go for it again, but Rose just able to get past. Had the better angle there. Mimi Mahler now weaving through the pack and calls it off.
It looks like Mimi got all the points for that pass.
Excellent. Jamming now for the Brides is Slaughtermelon.
And all of you die for the Coffin Draggers.
Oh, we are going to have our first break in the action. We have had nearly 10 minutes of solid derby here. It's going to be an official timeout, so the regulators need to talk over some stuff that happened in the last jam. So we'll check penalties again after they get done talking. Your score at the moment as we step aside, 29-7, Coffin Draggers in front early. Can't read that with my glasses on. Can't see with my glasses off. Yeah. Hey, Derby fans, be sure to visit the Arizona Derby Dames merchandise booth to get your favorite league and team merch. We have brand new t-shirt designs from your favorite teams, and check out our discounted merch as well. That is also where you can get your souvenir cups for the night. All right, looks like the regulators are starting to roll back to position here. As they still talk, don't forget, Fry Guy Food Truck is outside. You can also visit the Arizona Derby Dames snack bar. It's a perfect place to pick up just a little bite to eat or perhaps a soda can. They are right here, right at the end of the back straightaway, and are open for business right now. Okay, back to the action we go, and must have just been procedural stuff because no penalties added. We have a full pack out there. Once again, game reset. Slaughtermelon for the Brides.
And all of you die for the Coffin Draggers. That was such a short official timeout. you die is out.
Yeah, when a blocker knocks you off the track, but then the blocker can't stay on the track either, you get a free pass, and that's what happened to Olive here.
Coming up for her first scoring pass. The Bride's jammer is still not out yet.
Pack has come together tightly bunched here with 20 seconds left on the jam clock.
The Bride's wall is very slow, which makes it a lot harder for Olive to get out. So in order to get out, the draggers are going to need to disrupt that awesome speed control that the Brides have.
All right, Olive signals to call off the jam there, so. All right, 4 points for the Coffin Draggers on the board. Raul Juke back to the jammer line for the Coffin Draggers.
And that is Sandra Slay O'Connor jamming for the Runaway Brides.
Once again, stop me if you've heard this before, tightly bunched pack early in the jam. Quickly now Sandy tries to go to the outside, but ends up getting knocked down, and physics sucks sometimes, slides all the way down the track into the infield. Raul Juke gets dumped, and there goes Sandy. Sandra Slay O'Connor, majority opinion is she's the lead jammer. Raul Juke still trying to get through along the inside, get some help from a blocker.
Sandy up against a very good Coffin Draggers wall in the back of the pack.
Yeah, I was just watching the defense. I really don't want to talk over this too much. Defensive struggle there. Sandy trying to get a couple points.
There was also great defense by the Runaway Brides. Raul did not get out at all.
And through hard work and sweat, Sandy gets all 4 points on that scoring pass for the Brides. Now it's going to be Dolly Spartan at the jammer line for the Draggers.
And Psychosis for...
No, that's Allie.
Okay, sorry. And that is Psychosis for your Coffin Draggers. This is Psycho's first game as well.
Yeah, this is Psychosis's first jam. I said Dolly Spartan, but see, the problem is I can't see, so I shouldn't be announcing. That is Psychosis in her first jam this evening. Trying to fight through the back of the pack. Meanwhile,
neither jammer is out. Allie is up in the front of the pack. Almost out. Psychosis is doing a great job of pushing on this, on Alan Eilish. Meanwhile, Allie's coming around for her second scoring pass.
Psychosis gets up and is now going to get out of the pack, so try to cap this at one scoring pass for Allie.
Ooh.
I see what happened. Psychosis's number is 1,300.
Yeah.
And she was turned slightly away, and I saw 300 and thought it was Dolly with the blonde hair.
It makes sense.
Mine bad.
Ooh, back on the jammer line. Back on the jammer line for the Runaway Brides is Cryptic Callie, the co-captain.
Oh, we're going to have a stoppage in play. So the Brides put 5 points on the board there in that last jam. Brides now are going to challenge. Looks like a challenge for points, so we're going to find out here. They did not agree with the regulators' tabulation of their scoring, so we have our first official timeout. Our first official challenge. So while that is progressing, we'll tell you about some more of our sponsors. We've got Lost Dutchman Tattoo. They are a tattoo shop specializing in various styles from realism to traditional. You can also customize your own tattoo. I've got one that looks fabulous. Walk-ins are accepted. The shop is located at 4121 North 19th Avenue. That's the east side of 19th Avenue, just north of Indian School Road, Lost Dutchman Tattoo.
of the other Arizona Derby Dame sponsors is Copper Star Coffee, a locally owned coffee shop and cafe providing hand-blended drinks and award-winning baked goods. Their bagels are amazing. Visit them on the southwest corner of 7th Avenue in Heatherbray, just north of Indian School Road, for delicious coffee, tea, muffins, and their incredible homemade bagels every day.
So let's check in with our new fans that are here. You guys having a good time so far? Is it pretty good? Yeah. If you have any questions about what's going on and something is confusing you during the quarter break, just flag down anybody with a skate shirt or come over here to the announcer's nest and ask us. Because one thing Derby fans you'll find out about is, they like to talk about Derby a lot. We are getting the full Ed Hockley endorsed explanation of the penalty. However, the points are overturned, so to speak. No penalty there, excuse me, but now the Brides have 7 points in the last jam rather than 5. There was a scoring procedural technicality on the last skater that was passed, but they do successfully challenge for 2 more points.
And we're ready to get back to the action.
All right, back to the action now. 33-18 as we close in on the end of the first quarter. And that is Antifa for the Coffin Draggers.
That is Hollywood for the first time jamming tonight for the Runaway Brides.
All right, underway we go. Hollywood's first jam for the Brides tonight. Quickly down to the inside. Antifa now trying to deal with Mimi Mahler. There goes Hollywood along the inside. Wow, racing to the front for the Brides.
Meanwhile, Antifa is at the front with a 2-wall of Brides who are out of play. So now Tifa is out.
Hollywood now finishes off the scoring pass. Dodges Reckless Rose.
Some fancy feet.
Calls off the jam. And yeah, don't look now, fans, but now the Runaway Brides have gotten lead jammer in 3 straight jams, so the momentum pendulum swings back the other way. Brides within 11, but we're going to have time for one more jam here in the first quarter. Now, actually, Dolly Spartan to the jammer line for the Coffin Draggers.
And 100 Cryptic Callie for the Runaway Brides.
All right. I love when Dolly Spartan does this, when she's like, no, you make the first move. I dare you. No, you make the first move. And then all of a sudden, Dolly tries to break free. Callie now up the middle of the track. Dolly got kind of spun off to the infield there. Good defense by Mimi Mahler, but Dolly finds an opening around the outside, and there she goes. You can't give Dolly Spartan an open lane because she will take it.
Dolly coming up for her first scoring pass. Meanwhile, Cryptic Callie is out of the pack now.
Callie out the front of the pack, so she's going to keep this to 1 scoring pass for Dolly. Dolly gets all 4 of her points and calls it off. So, with our last jam of the first quarter, the Coffin Draggers try to put a cork in the little run for the Runaway Brides there. Brides had made up 13 points on the Coffin Draggers lead, but the Draggers head into the quarter break with a little momentum. Coffin Draggers 37, Runaway Brides 22. We'll be back in slightly less than 5 minutes. All right, Derby fans, we got two things for you. The first thing coming up onto the track in plaid pants is one of our rookies, Nicholas Cage. And Nips is going to run. Let's hear it, fans. Nip has a T-shirt that she's going to throw to somebody who's hooting and hollering and making a general fool of themselves. There you go. Right? Yeah, she's going to head to the front straightaway now. See, that's cheating because most of them are already standing. All right, lucky winner of a T-shirt. And the second thing we need to get to is our first raffle prize of the evening. Let me find my raffle prize sheet, which is really hard because I don't have fingernails. All right, your first prize, I believe your first prize this evening. Well, I'm not going to tell you what the prize is because I'm not sure what order these are in, so I don't want to speak out of turn. So you're just going to have to go down to the raffle table and claim your prize. The prize is 411181. 411181. If you're the lucky winner, visit the raffle table, which is now outside of turn number 2. Raffle table used to be up here, but I guess they didn't like listening to me talk, so they moved to the other side of the warehouse. Pretty hard to notice when somebody leaves and just moves away from you. All right, Derby fans, just about ready to get back to the action here for the second quarter. Pick things up and get started soon. Once again, we'd love to say hello to the Tilted Thunder Railbirds in Seattle and every roller derby fan watching from the Seattle general area.
Very cool, all of you. Thank you.
Tilted Thunder is a Seattle-based bank track league and a fellow member of the Roller Derby Coalition of Leagues, or the RDCL. Thank you, Tilted Thunder, for your support, and we cannot wait to see you all on track once again.
That is the first whistle to the second quarter. If you don't know, there are 4 quarters to the game.
Usually.
Most of the time.
Yeah. When you have quarters, there tends to be 4 of them. Along the rail here for the Coffin Draggers is Reckless Rose.
And Hollywood for the Runaway Brides.
Defense again is the modus operandi. Hollywood now has got one blocker to deal with, and Hollywood gets on through.
Rose is out in the front. Oh, there's that famous out leg, but she gets around it, and so now Reckless Rose is also out and in scoring position.
Hollywood into the back of the pack and takes a tumble, calls it off from the seat of her pants. We'll check on the score there. Holly Hood gets 1 point for her efforts. All right, don't look now, but I believe we went a whole quarter without a power jam, and it's going to be our first power jam of the evening.
Is it? Yes? No. Or we're just trying to figure out if it is a power jam. Yes? Okay, we've got our first power jam of the night.
There you go. See, that's why Black Eyed Please is the lead announcer. She's really good at this. Ellie Mayhem is your jammer. Now, new fans, a power jam is when a penalty was assessed to the other team's jammer in the previous jam. They skate now without a jammer and cannot score points. And the Runaway Brides can focus solely on offense. Ellie along the inside. Nikki Badass bumps her to the infield. So Ellie now trying again from the back of the pack.
Ooh.
Able to get by, able to
This
duck
is
under.
a
Oh, no,
nice-
got bumped off to the infield. My
Yeah.
goodness.
This
So
is a nice defensive effort by the Coffin Draggers. Ellie has
Yeah.
not gotten out yet.
No, it's absolutely a very stalwart defensive effort so far as the clock ticks down. That's what you want to do in a power jam is just outlast the offense. Ellie gets through, but 15 seconds left on the clock. So Ellie's going to have one crack at a scoring pass here, most likely.
I see a wall in the back of Coffin Draggers. Ellie gets through them and calls it after one scoring pass.
All right, so oftentimes power jams can result in 15 to 20-point jams when only one team is on offense. So keeping a team to 5 points on a power jam is a defensive victory for sure. Coffin Draggers still in front. Runaway Brides have cut the lead to single digits for the first time since the third jam of the first quarter. 37-28 right now, and we have a challenge by the Coffin Draggers. So we will start the challenge process one more time. We'll be back to the action momentarily.
Oh, here it is.
Okay, not a challenge, just a team timeout. Sorry about that. A little miscommunication up here to the office. No big deal. Okay, not a challenge, so it won't be quite as long. Just a team timeout by the Draggers, so they're talking strategy, trying to figure out a way to extend their lead. These regulators, if it looks like fun being a part of this, but hitting people really isn't your thing, our regulators are always looking for dedicated and eager minds to learn our rule set and help keep our skaters on the track safe. Our regulator team is an open gender team, and there are various levels of officiating that go on during roller derby bouts, including skating and non-skating roles. Come be a part of the action and help our league grow. Ask any skater or ref how to get involved. And don't look now, but a penalty was assessed to Ellie Mayhem in the previous jam, so we've got our second power jam of the evening. Coffin Draggers now get a chance to go on the power jam offensive. It's going to be Dolly Spartan, who's had some success for the Coffin Draggers already. Draggers are going to try to build their lead up here. Well, you can tell the Coffin Draggers took a timeout to talk strategy, but the Runaway Brides were not just sitting there twiddling their thumbs during the timeout either. And that is an orchestrated defensive wall right now. 35 seconds left in the power jam.
It looks like the Brides are looking to pay back their last power jam and are not letting Dolly out.
Those blockers were out of play just for a second, but they were able to bring the back of the pack up, put the blockers back into effect, and now that four wall all the way across. 10 seconds left on the power jam. Dolly not out yet. That's I'll annihilate you, Lightning McQueen, and Mimi Mahler.
Take it easy for the last couple seconds
and
of the
Hollywood
jam.
out there on defense for the Brides.
That was a 0-point power jam. Can we get some love to the Brides defense?
That is a defensive effort. Man, that is a defensive effort. Like football teams that run the power I thought that was a good defensive effort.
Aw, that's Cryptic Callie out there and Bonnie Banshee for the first time tonight.
There's Bon Bon. Bonnie Banshee, regularly part of the Schoolyard Scrappers. You've noticed a lot of our skaters are subbing in for the other teams. That's just to keep the rosters nice and full right now while we get our legs back under us. Meanwhile, a lot of fast action on the track. Bonbon's getting bounced around like a pinball. Cryptic Callie's out and is your lead jammer for the Runaway Brides.
Go, Callie!
Bonnie Banshee bumped off along the infield.
Callie coming around for her first scoring pass. Oh! She's up. She's fine.
Now Bonnie Banshee out the front of the pack, so she's going to try to keep this to one pass. Cryptic Callie goes ahead and calls off the jam. Cryptic Callie absorbed one heck of a block there and went down right on her face. So she is going to roll slowly back to the bench and shake that one off a little bit. Callie does get 2 points for her effort, though, so 37-30. Brides keep chipping away.
Very good.
Jamming for the Coffin Draggers for the first time this evening, Hellatrix Lestrange.
Woo! And jamming for the Brides right now is Tornado Alley.
Couple Coffin Draggers blockers down. Alley tries to take advantage. Now to the front of the pack. Just interesting watching two sets of blockers moving in and out and each blocking a jammer but not running into each other. It's pretty neat. Now Strange picks up some speed along the outside but gets bumped back again. Less than 30 seconds left in this jam. No. Neither jammer out yet, and we're quickly approaching the point at which if a jammer gets out, it's not really going to matter. More good defense here. 10 seconds left on the jam clock. Finally, Strange gets out.
Does Strange have enough time to get points, though?
And the clock expires. So no, just not enough time to get around and get any points there.
That is Sandra Slay O'Connor on the line for the Runaway Brides.
Your jammer for the Coffin Draggers, Pretty Hurt Machine.
Some last-minute penalties being called. We're ready to go. All right. Sandy out. Almost? Yes? Yeah, Sandy is out. But so, all this recycling makes it hard sometimes.
Now Hurt gets a block. Nikki able to throw a block in there. Lightning still shakes loose. Lightning knocks a dragger out of the way with ferocity. Now Sandy through the pack, taking advantage of a staggered pack. It gets pinned to the rail by Nikki, and that forces her to call it off.
Once again, we have all of you die. Once again, we have all of you die on the jammer line for the Coffin Draggers.
Jammer for the Brides is going to be Hollywood after this break. All right, the Brides are going to take a timeout here, one of their team timeouts. Obviously, the Brides started this quarter at quite a deficit, but they have knocked it down to within 4 points now, so one jam could swing this at this point. You are going to see, if you're staying here all night, our minor assaults doing a battle after this bout. And if you're between the ages of 10 or 17 and love to skate or know somebody that meets those simple criteria, our minor assaults are looking for new skaters all the time to join their team. Our coaches not only teach technique and knowledge of the sport, but they also help build leadership, teamwork, and problem-solving skills that will help in life situations far beyond roller derby. Minor skating skills, dedication to learn, and a positive mental attitude are all that we require. Come see what all the fun is about. Ask any Arizona Derby Dame how to get involved. I wanted to take a second and shout out some of our former minor assaults that are here, including lead announcer Black Eyed Please.
If you didn't know, by the way, I am a minor assault and I will be skating in the next game, so make sure you stick around.
But we've got All of You Die, your jammer for the Coffin Draggers, a former minor assault. Cryptic Callie.
All of You Die is skating a power jam for the Coffin Draggers. But yes, Olive is one of our former minor assaults. This is her first adult season. Out there currently we have Mimi Mahler, also former minor assault. Al Annihilation is our coach.
All right, now meanwhile, in the power jam, we haven't missed much. It's 15 seconds in, and so far just defense. Trying to get those blockers pushed out of play, but now Bride's able to bring it back together and lock up again in defense at the front of the pack. Seems like the Brides have really found their defensive mojo here in the last 5 or 6 jams because they've absolutely put a cap on the scoring for the Coffin Draggers.
That's Al in the front, joined by her teammates to make a wall. A very successful wall, I might add.
And that's going to do it. The clock is going to expire on this jam. Once again, a stellar defensive effort on the power jam. We've had 3 power jams now and a total of 5 points scored between the 3 of them. That's crazy go nuts defense.
In case you were wondering why Olive did not call it off, a little rules explaining here is Olive or any jammer cannot call it off until they have gotten out. Olive did not get out, so. Anyway, our next jam, we've got number 300, Dolly Spartan on the jammer line for the Coffin Draggers.
And that's Ellie Mayhem for the Brides. Ellie quickly to the front of the pack. Ellie's out. Dolly's going to follow, but there's Lightning the Queen on defense. They bump Dolly off, and she has to get back up behind at least one of those blockers. Meanwhile, here comes Ellie for her first scoring attempt. Dolly able to outrun the blockers at the front of the pack. All right, 4 points on the board for the Runaway Brides. Don't look now, Derby fans. The Brides were down by as many as 30. We got a tie score, 37 all. So don't take a drink of your cotton candy brandy yet because we haven't had a lead change, but we may in a second. That's Slaughtermelon for the Runaway Brides.
And that is your captain, Antifa, for the Coffin Draggers, who gets out right away, right before the turn. That is very impressive.
Very quick. Slaughtermelon still pinned in at the back behind that Coffin Dragger defense. Meanwhile, here comes Antifa. And Hollywood, excuse me, that's, oh goodness, what a block. What a block by Reckless Rose to clear her jammer.
Tifa is out again, but so is Melon, and they're both coming around for Tifa's second scoring pass.
Tifa squeezes by, might have gotten all 4 of those points on that pass. Let's check it out. You get the point when your hip gets in front of the other skater's hip, and then you don't lose the point if they pass you again. It ended up being 8 points there for the Coffin Draggers, so an emphatic response to the suddenly tied score. 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go until halftime. That's Mimi Mahler for the Brides.
And that is Bonnie Banshee for the Coffin Draggers.
Watch Bon Bon when she gets out. She skates like she's
Ooh, Mimi's out. I know, right?
I love it.
Yeah.
Mimi Mahler out. Mimi Mahler, regularly your captain of the Doomsday Valkyries. Mimi now closing in on the back of the pack.
Bonnie Banshee is also out. They're both coming around for their first scoring pass. Can Mimi get points before she has to call it off? Yes, she can, and she did. Ooh, I think I hear a power jam. It looked like 4, yeah.
All right, some people being swapped. There goes Olive.
Ooh.
Black Eyed Please was correct. It's going to be a power jam
But
for the Runaway
not
Brides.
Before?
I can't believe I used my fancy voice and I didn't even get to call the power jam. All right, it's a team timeout by the Coffin Draggers, so they have used their second first half timeout, and we'll step aside from the action momentarily.
During this break, I would like to tell you about Siphon Draw Apothecary Shop. They are an all-natural, non-toxic, handcrafted skincare products made by our very own Dolly de los Muertos. I don't think Dolly's out there tonight, but she is a regulator. We want to shout out this sponsor for providing us with hand sanitizer for our entire season, keeping us safe with clean hands. Visit siphondraw.com for their incredible products.
Looks like we're just about done with the timeout here, so 15 seconds, I heard Freya say. Freya talks loud, so I can hear the time call-outs. Don't forget raffle prizes. We've got the cash raffle. Yep, there's the tickets. Look right there in the front straightaway. I see red tickets. That's probably for the raffle. It is. Red tickets for the raffle are $6 for $5 or $1 each. And we've rolled right into a challenge, so I'm just going to keep talking. Raffle tickets, again, $1 per ticket or $6 for $5. For the 50-50 cash raffle, $5 a ticket or 3 for $10, so buy 2, get 1 free. Nicholas Cage is making her way around the far turn here. All right, so we'll move into the challenge process. Regulator's going to talk it over there in the back straightaway. We'll find out what's being challenged and the result shortly. Don't forget, fans, during halftime, visit the Fry Guy food truck outside. Fry Guy food truck, specializing in soul food delicacies. They have fantastic award-winning fried foods, fried chicken, hence the Fry Guy name. They said Fry Guy. I thought they were talking about those little things that used to be in like the McDonald's Playland. They got rid of them because they were terrifying to children, but not that kind of Fry Guy. It's a guy who fries. I hear it's good. It smelled good when I was sitting outside earlier, so a great thing to go out and pick up some food during halftime or during the intermission between bouts. All right, challenge unsuccessful after that discussion. So the penalty will be upheld. We will take a look at what the penalty is. I see why they wanted to overturn the penalty. That is because Bonnie Banshee is in the penalty box.
Which means it is a Runaway Brides power jam. I will be doing that every power jam tonight, just so you know.
Tornado Alley at the jammer line for the Runaway Brides. You know she wears number 6 because she's stronger than an F5 tornado. That is a true story, actually. However, she's got to deal with the Coffin Draggers defense, but down to the inside. And with the help of her blockers, Tornado Alley already out. Runaway Brides are going to try to take the lead here for the first time since they led 3-0. There goes Tornado Alley around the outside.
Like butter.
Races by that last blocker. Only halfway through the power jam. Here comes Alley for number 2. And Alley able to tiptoe along the inside of the corner on her toe blocks.
This is Allie's 3rd time around the track, which means 3rd scoring pass, which is so many points for the Runaway Brides. This is such a successful power jam for them.
The last time I saw somebody go for thirds, it was me at Thanksgiving a couple weeks ago. Alley trying to get it finished off, may not have gotten that last point. We'll check on the score from the infield. However, the Runaway Brides are most definitely going to take the lead here.
Meanwhile, for the first time tonight for the Coffin Draggers, we have Nikki Badass.
Second time. Sorry.
Never mind.
Yeah,
second time.
I got
lied.
You. I'm the stats guy. She's the announcer. Mimi Mahler will be jamming. No, nobody will be jamming. We do have another stoppage in play. Another challenge. All right. Let's just use all the challenges and timeouts. What the heck? We got through the first quarter so fast, they had to stretch this one out a little bit. So we have another challenge. We will check on what the ruling is there. However, I'm happy to tell you that the Runaway Brides put 15 points on the board during that power jam. That's
Great
our first
job, Allie.
First offensively successful power jam out of several tonight. The Runaway Brides have jumped in front by double digits, 56-45. That is why you never switch the channel when you're watching roller derby. All right, so the challenge continues in the back straightaway. Don't forget our next bout. Our next bout for the Arizona Derby Dames. If you're having a good time this evening, we have more. Next bout is on January 7th. It's going to be a doubleheader. The Bombshells against the Doomsday Valkyries. Then it'll be the Brutal Beauties against the Schoolyard Scrappers, i.e. all the other teams that aren't skating tonight. Be sure to follow us on all the social mediums to stay up to date on all of our future bouts.
I believe it is Arizona Derby Dames on everything.
All right. Penalty was upheld. It is kind of rare to see a penalty or a scoring question get overturned. I'd say it's about 4 out of 5 are upheld. So not a huge shock there. So the Runaway Brides will accept that penalty, although begrudgingly. All right, we are ready to go here. We've had a change in the lineup. Brides are going to send up Ellie Mayhem instead. Ellie in her impeccable sleeves.
And once again, for the second time tonight, is Nikki Badass.
Nikki blasting through right along the outside. You can see there are a whole lot of Runaway Brides in the penalty box. 2 blockers missing, and that's why I think they were challenging, because the Coffin Draggers can be offensively punishing.
Nikki almost gets out again, but is stopped by Mimi Mahler and Alan Ialacha. But once again, she is out trying, it seems, to get the jammer point. Never mind.
All right, 5 points for the Draggers. 56-50 as we close in on halftime. We're going to have another stoppage in play. Freya Hugs is the most popular person on the track right now.
I think the refs are determined to not let us get to halftime.
All right, that's going to be an official timeout, so they're going to talk about some of the goings-on there. All right, we are rolling back to the action. That was an official timeout, and after the timeout, the regulators have assessed a jammer penalty to the Runaway Brides. It's going to be a power jam. That is going to be Hellatrix Lestrange for the Coffin Draggers. Pat gets off to a running start. All right, now Strange trying to bully those blockers, and Strange gets through.
This is the Coffin Draggers' chance to catch up to the Runaway Brides and once again be in the lead.
So Strange now, the first scoring pass. Couldn't see Strange. They're all hunched down there behind that wall of Runaway Brides. I was literally looking around the track trying to find them.
That is a great defense in the front, not letting Strange get out for a second scoring pass. They might have to in a second. Yep. They were out of play in front. But I don't know if Strange will make it back around the track.
Yeah,
they did not.
Not enough time to get around, so they just went ahead and drifted around and let that clock burn out.
That was a successful power jam for the Runaway Brides, actually, because Strange got 5 points.
Yeah, good defensive effort. We have reached halftime. It's going to be a 15-minute halftime celebration. We will step aside. Teams will change benches. We're basically going to go to halftime pretty much the way we started this thing off. Runaway Brides are in front by 1. First quarter was all Draggers. Second quarter, all Brides. Let's see what happens after halftime. We'll have a raffle prize here. We'll have a raffle prize for you here momentarily, and then we will take a break. Oh, there's the raffle prize. We will let Black Eyed Please call that thing off.
All right, get out your red tickets, everybody. Your red raffle tickets. All right, you got them. The winner for the raffle is number 4, 1, 1, 1, 3, 8.
we are back with you here in the announcer's booth. Once again, Black Eyed Please, and the assistant, Clofton P. Grudge. I'm hoping one day they'll let me be a real announcer. But in the meantime, you've got Black Eyed Please. We're going to get things started again here in the second half. We'll take the bookmark out of our book and remind you it's 56-55 Brides. So this is a very close game heading forward.
Look at that. That is number 96, All of You Die, and number 100, Cryptic Callie. Both of these ladies are former minor assaults, so you can see that minor assaults really like skating.
Minor Assaults won the national championship. What year was that, Black Eyed Please? When did the Minor Assaults win the national championship?
That was 2018.
Aha.
The last Battle on the Banks that we participated in before COVID, we came in second. So the Minor Assaults are the second highest ranking team in the country as of right now.
All right, we are underway. Cryptic Callie so far having more success. There she goes. Cryptic Callie is out for the Brides. Olive now outrunning Sandy to the corner. So Olive will try to keep this at one scoring pass for Callie. Olive burning up the track, putting the pressure on.
It looks like Callie probably got 1 point at least before she had to call it.
Yeah.
We will let the regulators officially call that, though.
That was a good effort by, that was a very good effort by All of You Die, racing down the track there to make sure to force Callie to call that off.
On to the next jam, though, we have Holly Hood for the Runaway Brides.
We've got Raul Juke for the Coffin Draggers. Brides did pick up 1 point there in that previous jam. And it looks like we're ready to go. We are ready to go. All right, jam underway. Holly Hood's been one of the skaters in this league for a very long time. Raul Juke, this is like her 5th bout. Holly Hood gets through the pack at the outside. Raul looking for purchase, got a blocker back there trying to help clear some space. Meanwhile, here comes Holly Hood on the first scoring attempt. Holly Hood's just trying to go right down Main Street. Bounces off a couple of blockers and shakes clear. Raul Juke just ate a whole face full of Al Annihilate-ya there in the front straightaway. Holly Hood now for the second scoring pass. 20 seconds left on the jam clock. Holly Hood taking on a little friendly fire there. And it's going to go ahead and call the jam off. Burn those last few seconds off the clock.
All right, coming back up to jam for your Runaway Brides is Ellie Mayhem.
Brides put 8 points on the board there in that last jam. They're up by 10 at the moment. That's going to be Pretty Hurt Machine for the Coffin Draggers.
Both jammers have hit a wall. Never mind, I lied. That is Pretty Hurt Machine, your lead jammer for the Coffin Draggers.
Ellie Mayhem able to win a bumping contest with Dolly Spartan and gets clear as well. Try to cap this at one scoring pass for Pretty Hurt Machine.
Hurt's coming up for her first scoring pass. Ooh, takes a very big hit, but is able to get back on to call the jam before Ellie got any points.
Yeah, Cryptic Callie delivered 100% of that shoulder right into the jammer. And 1 point for the Coffin Draggers there. Draggers are going to send Antifa to the jammer line.
And that is number 6, Tornado Alley for your Runaway Brides. Alley in the front of the pack.
Tifa now to the outside. Got one bride to get around. Cannot do it. Good defense by Al there on the front end.
That was some very
Tifa
nice
now.
recycling by the Runaway Brides.
Now an opening along the inside, and there goes Tornado Alley, lead jammer for the Brides. Antifa's going to shake loose just behind and put the pressure on now. Alley's trying to move. Antifa really swinging those arms, getting some speed built up down the back straightaway. Tornado Alley gets bumped off to the infield, and she is not able to call it off.
That means Antifa is now your lead jammer.
Antifa takes over as lead jammer. That's always exciting. So Tornado Alley got bumped to the infield, and even if you're lead jammer, you cannot call it off if you're not established on the track. So Antifa zipped through, picked up 4 points for the Coffin Draggers. And we're going to have an official timeout. All right, well, that does honestly tend to happen many times when there's a lead jammer change, since it changes the way that points are scored and so on and so forth. So go ahead. Regulators are going to talk this one over momentarily.
I was just informed that our 50-50 raffle is up to $105 in case anyone is interested.
All right. You can get in on the cash raffle you see down there, Nicholas Cage, right outside that, near the snack bar, along the backstretch. Big old thing of cash raffle tickets. Once again, cash raffle. $5 for one, $10 for three. And that pot will be boosted as the night goes on. All right, regulators still talking that one over. Looks like they're heading out now. Nope. I got juked out of my shorts by Freya Hugs. Thought she was heading out to call a challenge. But no, it does look like we're ready to go, so we'll hold those sponsor reads for a little bit for our next break in the action. All right. There is an absolute minimum of skaters out there. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, that is the minimum. No, it's not. I'm sorry. One more than
the brides have one more.
There-
But it is a Runaway Brides Power Jam!
So this could shape up to be an well, there we go with the blockers. Right away, Ellie, though, to the inside. Mimi Mahler and that other blocker who's still pinning somebody to the inside. I can't tell who that is, but
Lightning.
their pivot, Lightning, there she is.
This is going to be a very difficult jam for the Coffin Draggers because they only have 2 players out there right now.
That's right. Many penalties. You see there are a lot of butts parked in the penalty box. So now 33, 32 seconds left in the power jam. Ellie Mayhem coming through. Ellie now to the high side. Bob tries to throw a block. That's a lot of track to cover when you're out there by yourself, and Ellie gets through. 20 seconds left in the Bride's Power Jam. Ellie coming around for number 3. Second or third? 3. 20 seconds left.
Okay.
So that's 3. Ellie now is going to put her head down and see if she can get around again.
Ellie is having such an easy time getting these points. Ooh, it's going to be a little hard to call that one to see if Ellie got any points, but very good power jam for the Runaway Brides nonetheless.
All right, we're checking the score as we get ready for this next jam. That's all right. Still waiting for the official score from that power jam. Please hold. All right, there's going to be a stoppage in play, official timeout, while we discuss the score from that previous jam. We'll get you those jammers in a second. All right, Derby fans, if you can see the scoreboard, no spoilers, but the Runaway Brides put 19 points on the board during that power jam. Runaway Brides building their lead up right now. We are ready to get back to the action. Official timeout has ended. All right, we did have a jammer switch, so now jamming for the Coffin Draggers, Reckless Rose
And for the Runaway Brides, that is Tornado Alley.
All right, the jammer's kind of crossing in and out. Reckless Rose out first. Rose is your lead jammer. Allie is going to shake free as well, half a track behind, and try to put the pressure on.
Rose is coming up for her scoring pass, hoping she can get some points before she calls it. Ooh, I think there's going to be a lead change.
Goodness.
I don't know. It's tricky.
I don't know. Nobody. Okay. They were both signaling, so somebody definitely called it off. I don't know who. There was quite a collision there. Rose was getting back on the track and inadvertently stepped right in the way of Slaughtermelon. Dumped her right on the ground. I don't think a penalty was assessed. Yeah, so no penalty assessed there, thankfully. Well, or was there? Yeah, Reckless Rose is going to the penalty box.
Which means, once again, maybe.
Bunch of skaters going up and down the track. Here comes Meryl Streak, so another official timeout. Hey, Derby fans, want to let you know about Persephone's Temptation LLC. Spiritual candles, custom candles inspired by Greek gods, soaps, earrings, charms, and other handmade gifts. Be sure to visit them in Vendor Row next to the Birch booth. All right, everything is sorted out. A lot of complicated scoring there. As I just said, when you have a lead jammer change, it kind of complicates things. 2 points for the Draggers, 1 point for the Brides. And I'll turn it over to Black Eyed Please for the Runaway Brides Power Jam.
Holly Hood getting a few bumps in that pack, but is able to get out before turn 2. Coming around very fast as Holly Hood does. And that was one scoring pass. She's coming around for more. As she approaches the pack, I see that there was a very strong Coffin Draggers wall that the Brides were able to split up. So that was not as effortless as the first time, but Holly is out again with looks like maybe enough time to get another scoring pass. Not a full pass, but it was a pass. Let's give it up for Holly Hood. Ooh, Holly Hood got a penalty, which means it is a Coffin Draggers Power Jam brought to you by Dolly Spartan.
All right, Dolly Spartan's had a lot of success tonight for the Coffin Draggers. Don't look now, Runaway Brides over 100 points. 104-62, the Brides have breached that 100-point marker. Coffin Draggers are going to take a timeout and discuss some offensive strategy here with 6:59 left to go in the quarter. 104-62, Runaway Brides in front at the moment.
I can do skate well.
Sure.
I'd like to take a moment to talk about Skatewell. Skatewell is a social support community for skaters and refs to help raise mental health awareness and provide resources for those in need. Their mission is to assist others and to be well on wheels.
Also, another one of our vendor sponsors, Tucci's Touch. Tucci's Touch Massage specializes in deep tissue trigger point therapy and much more. I personally can attest to Tucci's Touch. Fantastic service. And I'm basically made of nothing but like tendons and knots. So like a massage for me that works is something great. We are ready to get back to the action. Team timeout has come to a close.
Hey, once again, never mind.
All right, Dolly Spartan once again back to the jammer line. Power jam for the Coffin Draggers. Coffin Draggers also have an advantage in the blocker pack.
A very big advantage.
Yeah, definitely.
35.
It is not going to be as easy as we anticipated, and the Runaway Brides are going to make a wall in the front, which is preventing Dolly from getting out.
Dolly was trying to stay on the track as she slid down, but again, that's the fun of bank track, is when you take a tumble, you're going to wind up on the infield by gravity. So Dolly now had to reestablish at the back and is trying to get through in literally the same spot as
We
before.
are under 30 seconds in the jam, and this is a very fast pack, which is not good for the jammer, but an advantage for the Runaway Brides.
Yeah.
And Dolly, ooh, not out.
10 seconds left in the jam. Dolly's going to get a look at the clock here, and she's trying to make it back to the pack. Look how fast she's going.
Ooh,
Sliding in.
maybe. Nope. Barely missed it. It was a great effort by Dolly Spartan there, but let's hear it for the Runaway Brides.
Runaway Brides, stout defensively once again on the power jam. We will get ready for our next jam with Bonnie Banshee at the jammer line for the Coffin Draggers.
And that is Tornado Alley for the Runaway Brides.
Full pack out there. Nope, not full pack. One person in the penalty box. Coffin Draggers have a one skater advantage, and they're going to get Bonnie Banshee clear. Tornado Alley gets bumped to the infield by Nikki on the front end of that defense.
Bon is out and coming up for her first scoring pass. Tornado Alley just got out.
So Alley now coming around to try to put a cap on the scoring, and Bonnie Banshee will call it off. All right, we got 2 points on the board for the Coffin Draggers there in Bonnie Banshee. Reckless Rose to the jammer line for the Coffin Draggers.
And for what I believe is the second time tonight, that is Ash Smasham, the Runaway Brides' newest skater. Ooh, hit right off the bat from Reckless Rose to Ash Smasham, trying to prevent Ash from getting out. I mean, it worked. Ash isn't out, but neither is Rose. So
Ash now trying to pick up some speed, heading down the back straightaway, runs into a cadre of blockers for the Coffin Draggers, but then Ash busts through. Ash Smasham is your lead jammer for the Runaway Brides. Gets a loud cheer from the audience. Ash now at the back of the pack with 15 seconds left on the jam clock.
it doesn't look like the Coffin Draggers have a jammer anymore, so Ash is out there solo.
All right, so we'll check on the score there, but Ash Smasham picking up her first points as a Runaway Bride. We just had a draft here recently, and some of our rookies and other returning skaters got placed on teams. Ash Smasham was the choice of the Brides. We've got an official timeout signaled up by Freya Hugs. Freya Hugs dancing like somebody at the Olympics. So this is an official timeout again for complicated scoring. So
during this time, I would like to remind you that we do have a snack bar. I think we also have a snack bar cart rolling around if you are hungry and need something to munch on. We also have the food truck outside if you're into something more sustainable, want an actual meal.
Yeah, the food truck outside is Fry Guy, building themselves as award-winning fried chicken. You can definitely get some chicken tenders and french fries. All right, back to the action we go. Timeout has come to a close. And after discussion, once again, jammer penalty assessed to the Coffin Draggers. It's going to be a power jam for the Runaway Brides and Tornado Alley. Very exciting. I think Allie has skated for every team this season so far. I think she's subbed with all 5 teams. Allie is ostensibly a bombshell and gets through along the inside.
While Allie's out doing our thing, I'd like to let you know that Allie is a bombshell and will be skating in our next bout. January 7th, it's the Bombshells and the Doomsday Valkyries, followed by the Brutal Beauties and the Schoolyard Scrappers.
Allie gets spun off onto the infield by Nikki. Momentum kind of comes to a grinding halt there in the back straightaway after Allie was able to get out pretty easily. Defenders still at the front of the pack. Again, if you're new to Derby and you've noticed that there's a star, there's also a stripe. You see Novocaine wearing that stripe for the Runaway Brides. That's called the pivot. They're kind of the linchpin of the blocking effort. So they start at the front of the pack and things like that. As the jam continues, again, stalwart defense holding these jammers in on the power jam.
Allie got out again, but there were 3 seconds left on the clock. But that was so very good from Allie. Maybe not. She got a penalty.
Oh, Allie picks up a penalty. Now it's a power jam for the Coffin Draggers.
Power jam!
At the jammer line is Olive You Die.
Let's go, Olive.
You see Bob Villain trying to clear the way down the way. Ends up dumped on the infield herself. Olive's going to be at the back of the pack. Olive gets dropped. Brides are going to unite at the front of the pack here. Oh, trying to.
It looks like both teams are at full strength, so this is going to be a very hard-won battle.
Both teams at full strength outside of the jammer.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Full strength in the blocking pack is what Black Eyed Please was getting to. Meanwhile, we're just up here chattering, and Olive's still trying to find a way through those blockers at the front of the pack.
We're under 30 seconds in the jam, and Olive has not gotten out.
Mimi Mahler and Lightning, the queen, have linked arms at the front of the pack.
That's Thunder and Lightning for you.
Yeah, when they were in the minor assaults, they called that Thunder and Lightning at the front of the pack. They're hard to get by. And yeah, now it's just going to drift on down to the end of the clock. Once again with the defense on the power jam. Excellent job.
There was very good effort from all the Coffin draggers, but especially Olive You Die, who had to push that whole time. But yeah, let's hear it for the Runaway Brides.
All right.
Defense, people. Thank you.
Defense wins championships. Dolly Spartan at the jammer line for the Coffin draggers.
And for the first time tonight, there is Hannibal Lecture for the Runaway Brides.
Hanny's up to the front of the pack quickly. Running around the outside. Big tumble there. Hanny gets knocked into the rail. Now, meanwhile, here comes Dolly.
Oh, but there comes Hanny. They're both. This is probably the first proper jammer race we've had tonight. Let's hear it.
I would say so. Dolly tries to pick up at least a point, running up around those blockers. You saw Hanny come out of that corner, windmill in the arms, trying to keep up with Dolly down the back straightaway, but kept the pressure on. Just 1 point. 1 point for both sides. Did we get 1 point for both sides? All right, yeah, Hanny picked up a point there on the back end of that. Excellent job. Never given up down the back end of that and put 1 more point on the board. It's quarter break. Look at that.
Ooh,
Quarter's already over. 110 to 66. The Runaway Brides are trying to build that lead up to an insurmountable amount, but a couple power jams could swing that right the other way. So we'll take a quarter break. We'll be right back with you momentarily.
Once again, everyone, get out your red raffle tickets, please. All right, you got them. The winner of the red raffle ticket this quarter is number 411190. A lot of ones. Okay. Once again, number 411190 is the winner. Please go to the raffle booth to collect your prize.
right, Derby fans, as we get ready to go for the fourth quarter, we've got a bonus raffle prize to give away. They just came up and delivered me a new winning ticket. That was Florence Pugh that came up here and gave that to me, I think. I try to learn the new people's names. Your winning raffle ticket now, this new winning raffle ticket is 411148. 411148. So let's see if you're a winner. Head on down to the raffle prize table, which is just outside of turn number 2, right underneath the AV well.
And we're back for the third quarter, or fourth quarter, the last quarter of the game. For the Coffin Draggers, it looks like we have Antifa skating. That is the captain.
Your jammer for the Brides is Sandra Slay O'Connor. Antifa tiptoeing along the inside and out. Here comes Sandy out as well. So both jammers out of the pack. Now the pack's going to try to play keep away. You see those Runaway Brides trying to stay at the front.
Tifa's calling out to her team to try and get some points before the jam is over.
Tifa now picks up a couple of escorts. There goes Sandy at the back of the pack. Sandy picking up a point there on the back end as Bob Villan had gotten dumped on the infield unceremoniously. All right.
That is number 11, Slaughtermelon for the Runaway Brides. And
Jammer.
number 34, Pretty Hurt Machine for the Coffin Draggers.
Check in a minute. All right, working their way along the inside. Slaughtermelon gets bumped off by Nikki Badaz. There goes Hurt. Hurt finds an opening and dushes right through to the front for the Coffin Draggers.
Hurt coming around for her first scoring pass as Slaughtermelon gets out of the pack.
Hurt finished. Good.
Hurt gets the points and calls it.
All right, we got Ellie Mayhem now to the jammer line for the Brides.
And for the Coffin Draggers, we've once again got All of You Die.
Coach Baby comes up and calls down one of the blockers for the Brides. Quickly underway, and Ellie down to the inside. Ellie now gets through lead jammer for the Brides. Olive now at the front of the pack. Thunder and Lightning blocking her way. Here comes Ellie on her first scoring attempt. Ellie kind of waits for the blockers to pass by. Now following Strange and then trying to outrun Strange and able to get to the corner.
Ooh,
Olive, you
Olive.
died.
That was a very big hit to the high from
Well,
I didn't see who.
That was Lightning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Former teammates on the minor assaults out there to crush each other now in the adult league. Ellie Mayhem up to the outside. 12 seconds left on the jam clock. Ellie kind of gets slowed down there.
It looks like Olive has switched to blocking. Ellie making sure she got all the points from that jam and calls it.
We are going to roll into an official timeout. It's going to be an official timeout, so we'll check penalties. I will give you a little spoiler coming up. It looks like it's going to be a power jam for the Runaway Brides at this point. So, Bride fans.
Did we already call this number?
Yes. All right, so the official timeout's going to continue. All right, Derby fans, don't forget Last Dutchman Tattoo. They're a tattoo shop specializing in various styles from realism to traditional. You can also customize your own tattoo. Good to see there along the infield, one of our regulators, Jason Voorhees. So they're going to tend to Chasen down there in the infield, and we've got a switch going on the regulators to cover that position. So we've got a little bit of time here to catch our breath. 12:02 to go in regulation. Runaway Brides in front. Right now, 110 to 72. As I was saying about Lost Dutchman Tattoo, it's a tattoo shop. I said that. You can also customize your own tattoo. That is true. I had a very obscure image drawn on me, and I am more than happy to show it off to anybody. It's on my bicep. Don't worry. It wouldn't be inappropriate. Anyway, the tattoo shop is located at 4121 North 19th Avenue. It's the east side of 19th Avenue, just north of Indian School Road.
Hey, people with red tickets, please make sure you're checking your numbers during the quarter breaks. We have 2 unclaimed tickets. Number 411190 and number 411148. These are unclaimed. If you have either of these red tickets, please go to the raffle booth to collect one of your awesome prizes.
All right, we've rolled into a team challenge. Runaway Brides now are going to use their second half challenge to try and challenge something in the previous jam, so we'll check it out. All right, Derby fans, challenge still going on there in the back straightaway. I see lots of minor assaults beginning to congregate around the edges of the track. That's super exciting. Black Eyed Please has put her helmet on already, so she's ready to go. I wasn't sure. She showed up with her helmet for the beginning of the fourth quarter, and I was like, how rough do you think it gets up here? We don't just announce, we mosh.
Yeah. Well, to quote Coach Alan Ilacha, I might be better off always wearing a helmet because I am prone to uncoordination, very clumsy. I have hit my head a couple times.
I am a fan of telling people who are complaining about things. I say, hey, man, life sucks. Buy a helmet. All right, we're ready to go here. The challenge has completed. All of our injured regulators have been tended to.
Was it upheld? Was it overturned?
What's that?
Was it overturned?
Probably not. They forgot to tell us. I just glossed it. So we're setting up now for this next jam at the jammer line for the Coffin Draggers, Nikki Badass.
And for the Runaway Brides, it's once again Tornado Alley.
44.
Both jammers skid off to the infield. Nikki gets back up to reestablish, and Nikki gets around that last blocker for the Brides.
White no lead.
And Allie is also out, not lead jammer, but she's coming around fast. Nikki out here to get some points before she wants to call it off.
Nikki slides to the infield. I got to give Bob Villain some love. Bob Villain just de-skated one of the Brides. That was one heck of a block,
it looks like
man.
Nikki has lost lead. Yeah.
Nikki lost the lead. Nikki down on the inside. Now Tornado Alley is your lead jammer. Both jammers out and active scorers now, so if Nikki can get by anybody, Nikki's trying to call it off, and she's not aware she wasn't lead jammer anymore, apparently.
Nikki has switched to defense to try and prevent another scoring pass for the Runaway Brides.
Yeah, just 2 seconds left on the clock. As if to punctuate that, there's Freya. So let's check the score there. There's going to be all kinds of points on the board.
Yeah, both teams should have gotten points, though.
So we got 6 for the Brides and 2 for the Coffin Draggers. Yep.
Once again, we've got the captains going at it. We've got number 95, Lightning the Queen for the Runaway Brides, and Hellatrix Lestrange for the Coffin Draggers.
Lightning doing a little judo redirection of Hellatrix Lestrange onto the infield, but then Lightning ends up at the infield herself. Strange gets by. Bumped in the back by Ellie.
But
now here comes Lightning.
This is once again a jammer race. Lightning is very fast.
Strange spinning through the pack.
It looks like they should have gotten 1 point.
Strange, I just noticed when Strange is skating, they lean into the turn like a motorcycle rider on a Ducati. They were like horizontal going through the turn there. That was
Strange
fun.
ended up picking up 2 points in that last jam. Meanwhile, on the jammer line currently, we've got All of You Die for the Coffin Draggers.
That's Slaughtermelon for the Brides. Olive to the inside, just kind of snuck around everybody. Nikki Badass had her arms out and kind of holding 2 of the Brides in place. So Olive's your lead jammer.
Melon is trying very hard to keep fighting that pack and that wall of draggers in front of her.
All of You Die, knocked into the rail. That was...
Both jammers are tirelessly working on this. Ooh.
Olive skids well into the bench area. Has to wait for that. You can't work backwards along the track except for where you went off.
Can Melon call it? That was a hard jam for everyone. Let's give it up for all the skaters out there tonight.
All right, we're going to have an official timeout here. Bring a quick stop to the action. Yep. All right, we're back to the action. Official timeout has come to a close. Everybody's been tended to.
Slaughtermelon is in the penalty box, which means it is a power jam.
Power jam for Nikki Badass. Nikki's going to try to do this thing here. We've got none of the Runaway Brides blockers in the penalty box. Nikki's going to dance along the inside and get bumped to the infield there by Al. Nikki again as the pack passes her by.
The Brides almost all recycled to the front.
Nikki's trying to go right between Hood and Al, and they don't let her through. Nikki shaking her head and blurred out her mouth there, I think, on the infield, as she could not break between Al and Hollywood. That was really fun.
This
Meanwhile,
is once again a very fast pack, which is not good for jammers. They don't thrive in a fast environment. But regardless, Nikki gets out with 5 seconds to go on the jammer clock. So let's see what goes on.
all right, that brings an end to the power jam, and again, another defensive effort. Excellent defensive effort on the power jam. Both teams have been strong on defense on the power jams this evening. So no points scored. Under 7 minutes to go in regulation. We've got Pretty Hurt Machine at the jammer line for the Coffin Draggers.
Ooh, look at that. We've got your co-captain for the Runaway Brides, Cryptic Callie.
Blocker coming down as the Brides have a blocker in the penalty box.
I think we got one from each team down, so it is still a symmetrical pack. That's not the word I was looking for, but anyway. Hurt is out.
Hurt is out. Good defensive effort there from Psycho Sis along the inside of the front straightaway. Took Cryptic Callie clear to the infield. Slowed Callie down enough. Now she's out, but half a track behind. That'll give Hurt a chance to get some points on the board.
Ooh, once again, a full scoring pass for Pretty Hurt Machine.
All 4 points for the Coffin Draggers. Now setting up for the Draggers is Antifa.
And that is Sandra Slay O'Connor for the Runaway Brides. Ooh, Antifa just jumped the low, and she is out.
All Beef Batty, again with a good offensive effort and blocking Hollywood to the infield, giving Antifa a chance to get through. Meanwhile, here comes Antifa. Sandy Slay O'Connor's just kind of tiptoeing. Yeah, Sandy just waited till everybody wasn't looking and then just sneaked on out of the pack. So Sandy's going to try to keep this to one scoring pass for Antifa.
Antifa, even though she fell, was able to call it off before Sandy got any points.
All right, discussion of scoring going on to my right. Now they've got it. 3 points for the Coffin Draggers in that last jam. Dolly Spartan for the Coffin Draggers.
And that is Ellie Mayhem for the Runaway Brides.
One more blocker down. Bob Villain sliding off the track for the Draggers. Dolly and Ellie. Lightning clears the way, dumping, I think that was Nikki onto the infield. Neither jammer having much success so far. Dolly tries to work her way along the defensive wall, but the defense is up to the task, but they're out of play. Thunder and Lightning too far from the pack. So Dolly's out and clear now.
Ellie's stuck behind a Coffin Dragger wall. Attempts to block Dolly, it looks like. It's not successful, so Dolly's stuck with the pack in the front, or with the wall in the front.
Skeeter's just getting everybody getting knocked off the track at this point. Lots of wheels getting to a stop. You got 3 seconds left now. Dolly's trying to get by as many skaters as she can. All right, Runaway Brides are going to use one of their timeouts here. So we'll step aside from the action momentarily. Brides up right now, 126.92, 3:42 left to go in regulation. All right, timeout continuing. Super exciting, fans. Of course, we will take a 30-minute intermission at the conclusion of this bout. And then you get to see the minor assaults all beat each other silly for 60 minutes.
Stick around to watch me hit some of my friends.
The minor assaults blue team versus minor assaults white team. All right, we got another challenge. Let's use them all up.
The skaters were ready.
I can give you a spoiler for the minor assaults tonight. Our two sisters on the minor assaults, Black Eyed Please and Taylor Terror, are on opposing teams tonight. So that'll be fun.
Just to make this family group a little bit more interesting, Cryptic Callie, the co-captain of the Runaway Brides, is our older sister.
This is true. And, you know, don't forget your mom.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Mom. My mother is part of the Schoolyard Scrappers and will be skating in the next game, January 7th, against the Brutal Beauties.
It is a family affair, truly. All right, challenge continuing in there in the back straightaway. Don't forget the food truck outside, Fry Guy, award-winning chicken tenders and french fries. Available outside at the food truck. You can get that all as a combo meal with a soda. Challenge continuing there in the back straightaway. Don't forget about our merchandise booth. We've got our merchandise booth here. We've got a clearance rack on the outside, so cut rate on some of our team merchandise because we have just restocked with brand new team merchandise, new t-shirts for all your favorite teams, the league, the Hot Shots, etc. So make your way down to the merch booth here during the intermission between bouts and get yourself some league memorabilia. The discussion continues in the back straightaway. This is long for a challenge, so there's a lot to talk about back here. Head referee Hoover Slam. I see Ref Boyardee. There's Transylvania. And I'm going to guess that streak on the outside there. All right. I see nodding of agreement. Good. That's always good to see. We have finally decided where we're having dinner tonight. Aha. Let's get an update now on what the penalty was. The penalty is being upheld. Thank you. So the Runaway Brides were challenging a penalty there in the previous jam, and since there's only one person in the penalty box, it must have been Stevie Thunder. But their appeal was denied. How can you deny an appeal to the team that has Sandra Slay O'Connor? That's just, you know. No one? Come on. All right. Troy McClure and Binder B. Rodriguez are discussing with Hoover Slam and Ref Boyardee regarding the penalty having been assessed. And then we'll be right back to the action. There's 3:42 left in regulation here. Runaway Brides have maintained their lead throughout. They built a big lead in the third quarter, assisted largely
It looks like they might be able to build on that lead since Dolly Spartan, who was the previous jammer, is in the box.
Yeah, so we're going to get back to it, and again, it's going to be a power jam.
Power jam!
Tornado Alley, pretty much the designated power jammer for the Runaway Brides, is going to step up to the line here. Coffin Draggers do have 4 blockers, so only 3 blockers for the Brides, which they were trying to have all 4 of their blockers out there for this power jam. Coffin Draggers tumbling every which way. Alley tries to get by.
Alan Ialecha up in the front trying to get her jammer out. Allie has not gotten out yet with about 30 seconds left in the jam.
Alley bumped off again. Defense by the Coffin Draggers. Strong defense again. Outside of that one power jam where the Draggers only had 2 blockers, which really shouldn't count for statistical purposes, the Draggers have played amazing defense all night on power jams, as have the Brides.
Allie gets out. Ooh, did she?
No.
She did not. And there are 4, 3, 2, 1 seconds
That's
left
going to
in
do
the
it.
jam.
Once again, if you like defense, this is your bout. And it hasn't been an offensive showcase, a very low-scoring bout, really. No big runs by either team. It's just been a steady progress of working away at leads. At any rate, no points there in the power jam. Once again, Slaughtermelon for the Brides is going to leave the track. And coming up is Freya Hugs.
Ooh.
So we've got another timeout. The Runaway Brides used their second half timeout, so they're going to take a second to talk it over before what appears to be a Coffin Draggers power jam. We'll be back in a moment.
It appears that a penalty was assessed on Tornado Alley in the last jam, and this is a timeout, not a challenge. So yes, it will be a Coffin Draggers power jam. We are indeed back with the power jam. Hella Tricks of Strange doing the honors for the Coffin Draggers.
Runaway Brides do still have 4 blockers out there. And as do the Coffin Draggers. So yeah, the only skater in the penalty box is the jammer for the Brides. Strange is going to try to fight along the outside now. Runs into Ellie Mayhem following their blockers. There's 2 Brides at the front, but they're going to get pushed out. Are they? No, they don't get pushed out of play. They just stayed close enough. Referee had his hand coming up, and then he dropped it down just on the verge. Ellie Mayhem delivers Strange to the infield.
Looks like Strange needs to take a second.
Strange catches their breath and now up onto the track. That's what happens when you get hit that hard by Ellie Mayhem.
Multiple times.
Knock the wind out of you from the shoulder. Strange now to the inside, trying to get around Nikki. That blocker, I can't see who that is for the Brides. That's Lightning. Lightning's swimming along with Nikki and not letting Strange get by. And that's going to do it. Clock expires. Again, the Brides, just like the Draggers tonight, punishing defense on the power jam. It's been something to see.
Let me hear you clap for defense.
All right, we got Dolly Spartan up to the jammer line for the Coffin Draggers. This might be our last jam of regulation. We'll have to see. Anyway, Dolly Spartan. And you got Slaughtermelon for the Brides. Slaughtermelon, best visor in Derby.
Ooh! Dolly fakes out and gets out on the low.
Slaughtermelon shakes loose behind and is going to put the pressure on here. The way this is playing out, we might have time for one more jam. We probably will. Dolly now trying to catch up to the pack, trying to get by a couple of brides, and calls it off. Slaughtermelon might have picked up a point on the back end there. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, 1 point for both sides. All right, lining up for our last jam of the bout. Stepping up to the jammer line. Let me announce her right this time. Number 1300, Psycho Sis.
Woo! Once again, this is Psycho Sis's first game with her team, the Coffin Draggers. And for the Runaway Brides, there is Sandra Slay O'Connor.
Sandy gets bumped to the infield. Regulation clock has expired, so this is our last jam of regulation.
The Runaway Brides are going to try to keep this jam clean and no penalties, so there is no penalty jam.
Oh my gosh, I just got it. Psychosis. Why did that take me all bout? I make puns. That's terrible. Psychosis now.
Neither jam are out of the pack.
Yeah, neither jam are out, so nobody can call it. You can tell the brides are just trying to play clean and not lead to any penalty jams. There can be a penalty jam if the team that's behind doesn't score any penalties and the team that's ahead does. So we'll have to check on that momentarily. Meanwhile, getting out of the pack is Psychosis, but that's all academic. And the jam comes to a close. So we'll check on that score from the infield. No points either side. Checking in with the regulators now to see if the penalty situation allows for bonus time. If the regulators all start pumping their fists like Fist Pump Kid, then you know we're going to have a penalty jam. Still checking. Oh, there's not going to be one. Now rolling out to trackside to make the official call. There you have it. Head referee Hoover Slam signals the victory. The Runaway Brides are 2-0 on the season, 127-93.
If you would like to make your way to the track to high-five your skaters tonight, please do that.
All right, there's your victorious Runaway Brides finishing their skate-out round. Let's hear it for the Coffin Draggers.
Woo!
Excellent effort for the Draggers as well. Yeah, as I mentioned, Runaway Brides 2-0 on the season. We've got two undefeated teams. Two teams are 2-0 right now in the standings. All right, Derby fans, that's going to bring this bout to a close. So if you'd like to pick yourself up some food from Fry Guy, filter on outside, grab yourself a souvenir cup and fill it with frothy yellow liquid. Ew. And then also check out the merchandise booth. We will have a little break, and then you'll see Black Eyed Please and all the other minor assaults out there to hit each other in the mouth repeatedly.
Hey, Phoenix, it was very fun announcing for you. Thank you. Make sure you stick around to watch the minor assault mashup, white versus blue.
We have a raffle winner. Get your tickets out. We've got a red ticket raffle winner. The number is 411169. That number again, 411169.
Did Sun Sounds, which is news reading for the blind. I don't know. I can turn it off. All right, Derby fans, who's ready for some more roller derby? That is right. We are going to have safety checks right now, and then we'll get right to team intros. We've got the Minor Assaults Blue Squad versus the Minor Assaults White Squad. As we said before, this is our whole Minor Assaults team, filled in with adult league skaters, as you can see here. Not sure if anybody's doing double duty tonight other than coaching. I'm not really sure, but we'll get a check on that in a bit. At any rate, safety checks going on, then we'll get to team intros. Don't forget the Fry Guy truck is outside. Delicious award-winning fried chicken. They have very tasty tenders and crispy French fries as well. Some fantastic food. You can pop out there. They should be here at least through the end of halftime. We'll check on that in a bit. We had a great first bout, of course. Runaway Brides, again, moving to 2-0 on the season. Joining the ranks of the unbeaten at the top of the standings. All right, I'm going to start the intros here momentarily. Coach Al is checking on something here from the sideline. So I don't want to start the intros while Coach Al's on the track because she'll get run over. All right, here she comes. All right, Derby fans, let's hear a cheer for the Minor Assaults. And you can take the track now for introductions. There we go. I think everybody goes out. Is everybody going out at the same time? Yeah, there we go. Sorry, we're on the fly here. All right, here come your national champion emeritus Minor Assaults, making their way by on the front straightaway. We've got the entire Minor Assault squad out there right now, half of them blue, half of them white. Here's who's skating tonight. For the white team, first up, number 125, Pinky Dye. And Pinky wanted us to let you know Pinky's grandfather passed away very recently, and she is dedicating her performance in the bout tonight to his memory. Also skating for the white team, number 145, Taylor Terror. Number 159, Ava. Number 531, Princess Jaws. Number 600, Volty. Number 616, Aunt Tifa. Yeah. We have number 623, Hollywood. Number 908, Crash. And number 925, Evil Twin. Your co-captain of the white team, number 56, Choking Hazard. And your captain of the white team, number 131, Muerta. Bench coaches for the white team are Cryptic Callie and Nova Kane. Now skating for the blue team, number 142, Thunderdome. Number 16, Black Mamba. Number 184, Kitty Joe. Number 19, Socks. Number 1981, Sandra Slay O'Connor. Number 300, Dolly Spartan. Number 444, Zippy Hippie. Number 73, Shirley Temple of Doom. Number 8, Karma. Number 9, MK3, Gypsy Danger. Your co-captain of the blue team, number 25, Black Eyed Please. Captain of the blue team, number 11D4, Slappy Go Lucky. Coaches for the blue team are Al Annihilate and all of you die. That's your minor assaults. All right, ready to get the game start signal from Freya Hugs. Whistle in mouth, ready to go. We've got two skaters doing double duty tonight, Antifa and Sandra Slay O'Connor. So they just skated in the first bout, and they're going to go out there and do it for 2 more hours because they're gluttons for punishment. I mean, when I'm getting beat in the mouth for 2 hours, I like to go home afterwards and relax. But Sandy and Tifa are going to do it again. All right, ready to go now. The skaters are all skaters are hunched over and ready to dart out on the track. There they go. It's a race. That's not really fair. The blue team's a lot closer to the jammer line, so it's not really a fair fight. We are ready to get underway. It's your captain for the blue squad, Slappy Go Lucky. And going up against Choking Hazard. Yep, there it is. It's a 56. I can see when they turn to their back toward me. That's, you know, that's when I can see them. At any rate, both jammers are getting knocked around. There goes Slappy up to the outside. Slappy tries to make her way through a block. There goes Slappy. You've got your first lead jammer of the bout. That's Slappy Go Lucky. Choking Hazard spits out the front of the pack as well. Here comes Slappy on her first scoring pass. Runs right up into the back of the pack. That's Taylor Terror. Up there against the rail, not budging. We've got 1 point on the board, scoring underway, 1-0. And we have a really early power jam. My goodness, a power jam on the second jam of the game. Zippy Hippie out there for the blue team. Is anybody here just rooting for one team? I was gonna be like, let's hear it, blue fans. Zippy now trying to find her way to the front of the pack. Zippy able to outrun that blocker at the front of the pack. That was Thigh Voltage with the sliding block, and Zippy got right on through. 36 seconds left in the blue team power jam. Zippy now up to a white wall. Antifa bumps her off to the infield. Zippy gets the wave on by with the white blockers being out of play. You can see they've got one white team member there at the back of the pack, so they're going to control the pace of play, the blue team is. Zippy to the outside. A couple of skaters tumbling. A couple more skaters tumbling. That's Zippy. And that's going to do it. Jam clock expires. Zippy Hippie, 10 points on the power jam. Early lead for the blue team. Stepping up to the jammer line for the white team, Princess Jaws. Your jammer for the blue team is Karma. Stevie Thunder's out there. Stevie Thunder was not on my roster. I'm sorry. Stevie Thunder is also skating for the white team. That's good to know. All right, right along the inside, there goes Princess Jaws. Jaws has been skating with the minor assaults for, gosh, at least 4 or 5 years now. I remember when she was tiny, teeny, tiny and trying to jam. It was, been with us for a long time. There goes Karma out the front of the pack. Jaws now up to the blue wall. Gets some help from a blocker down along the inside. Gets past Gypsy Danger. Karma gets through and picks up some points there. Now here comes Jaws. Jaws now for a second scoring pass. Runs up behind the blocker. And Jaws calls it off. So we'll have a few points for both sides there. White team getting on the board. 4 points for both sides. All right, jamming now for the blue team is Sandra Slay O'Connor. Your jammer for the white squad is Muerta. Both jammers dashing in and out. Now Muerta gets through a little hole in the defense. Muerta's your lead jammer for the white team. I see more skaters out there that weren't on the roster, so if you're here to watch somebody, they didn't get called out. I'm going to try to get them a little hot sauce in a bit. Princess Jaws now catching up to the pack. Sandy still trying to get out, tries to put a little defense on Jaws. Halfway through the jam. Not Jaws, Muerta. Sorry about that. Muerta out the front of the pack. Sandy's still trying to get clear up to the front of the pack, waiting for some help from blockers. Meanwhile, here comes Muerta for a second scoring pass. Trying to catch up to a slightly quickly moving pack. All right, that'll do it for the jam. The clock expires. I do see on the white team, one skater that didn't get called out during introductions is Scare Bear for the white team. I believe that was number 150 we got a cheer there. And then we got a number 808 on the white squad, and I'll get you a name on that shortly. Black Eyed Please to the jammer line for the blue team. And your white team jammer is, hang on. Well, there goes Black Eyed Please out the front of the pack. The white team jammer, who's still a mystery to the blind announcer, is a quarter track behind. Black Eyed Please going to try to put some speed on. That's Evil Twin. There we go. Couldn't read the number. 925. Evil Twin was your white team jammer. Black Eyed Please spins in. Puts 1 point on the board for the blue team. Up to the jammer line for the blue team, it's Socks. Jammer for the white team is going to be Crash. All right, big collision down there. I heard somebody really hit the deck. My goodness. Out the front of the pack. There goes your blue team jammer. There goes Socks now. Crash closing in from behind. And Socks calls it off. I'm right? That is Crash, isn't it? Okay, good. The roster says 908. Hence my confusion. 808, got it. Okay. Thank you. It's always nice when you can just yell down to the family and ask them what. All right. Your jammer for the blue squad, number 124. I'm going to have to get you a name at some point. I don't have a 124 on my roster, so my apologies. Thunderdome. I got another wrong number on here. Thank you. All right, at the jammer line for the blue team on the power jam, it's Thunderdome. 124, not 142. My apologies. Thunderdome trying to find a way. Oh, there's Colette Razorcat on the white team. Sorry. Colette didn't get a call out during the rollout, but now playing great defense despite not getting any love during the introductions. Now trying to race through. There goes Thunderdome. Thunderdome's your lead jammer for the blue team, who are currently in front by 3 points. Stevie Thunder is pinned in at the back of the pack by those defenders for the blue team, which is letting them control the pace of play at this point. Now Thunderdome trying to fight through. Under 5 seconds left in the power jam. Thunderdome might have gotten by that last blocker. We'll have to check on the score from the infield. Well, there's something you don't often see except in a mashup bout when it's all the same team going against each other, is the two jammers screaming and hugging each other before the jam starts. Usually they're pretty bitterly in competition, but we've got Zippy Hippie at the jammer line once again for the blue team. And your white team jammer is Pinky Dye, is who that is. And Pinky along the inside, right to the front. Pinky takes a moment to wave at the crowd on her way by. Fighting through and emerging out the front of the pack is Zippy Hippie for the blue team. Meanwhile, coming up to the pack for the white squad, here's Pinky trying to fight through. Pinky gets by all of the Coffin draggers and calls it off. Up to the jammer line now for the blue squad. That's 1184, Kitty Joe. Not just 184, that's a 4-digit number. Both first-time jammers here, Kitty Joe and Taylor Terror for the white squad. If you're keeping track of the sister battle, Black Eyed Please is in front 4-0, but there goes Taylor Terror to the front of the pack. Taylor Terror is now going to try to even the score against her sister. Meanwhile, the pack is starting to move. Here goes Kitty Joe. Kitty Joe out of the pack, and they're going to try to put the pressure on Taylor Terror now. Taylor gets by a down blocker. That's Gypsy at the front of the pack. I can see her. And Taylor goes ahead and calls it off after getting spun down the track on defense. All right, up to the jammer line. For the first time for the white squad, Scare Bear. And again, I am so sorry we didn't give her any love during rollouts. That is my apologies. Meanwhile, for the blue squad, that's going to be Socks. Close game, 21-20 right now, blue team in front. All right, Scare Bear up to the front of the pack, fighting with that last blocker, and Scare Bear is lead jammer in Scare Bear's first jam. Meanwhile, there's Socks trying to fight through. Pack is making their way fluidly down the back straightaway, and Socks tries to get by on the inside, but gets bumped off there. Oh, Scare Bear gets through, and I heard a sharp ow from somebody, so somebody got banged up. Scare Bear finishes the scoring pass and is going to come around for more. Socks is still trying to get out. Socks along the inside, and Socks will get out. So try to cap this at 2 scoring passes for Scare Bear. Scare Bear calls it up. Hey, Scare Bear fans, is this her first bout? Yeah, totally, right? Well, that's Scare Bear's first points. That's always fun. Black Eyed Please to the jammer line for the blue team. Your jammer for the white team, that's Stevie Thunder. Stevie around the outside. Oh, Stevie takes a tumble. Black Eyed Please wins that race to the corner. Might have gotten tangled up with Black Eyed Please's skate. Stevie now trying to fight through at the front of the pack. Now Stevie trying to get by that last blocker and does. Meanwhile, here comes Black Eyed Please, and Black Eyed Please picks up the jammer point. Now she's got a little bit of a lead, kind of bumped Stevie on the way by, and Stevie took a tumble, so now here comes Black Eyed Please, waving at her offense, trying to get them moving. Evil Twin's able to stop up her momentum. That brings the jam to a close with Stevie swinging in it back. All right, quarter break. It's going to be a 5-minute break for us here. We zipped right through there with no timeouts in the first quarter. So, close game so far. Right now, the white team is in front, 29-26. We'll be back in 4 minutes and 49 seconds.
We have another raffle winner. Get out those red tickets. The raffle winner is 411158. Again, that's 411158. You're the winner.
Hey, who wants some merch? That's right. Nibs is coming around with a shirt. She likes to hear loud noises and people waving and clapping. And whomsoever she deems to be the most excited, she will give a shirt to. About 1 minute to go until the beginning of the second quarter. Hey, Black Eyed Please, can you hear me on the infield? Your jacket's up here, just FYI, so if you can't find it later. When you go outside and you're really cold, it's up here. Hey, we'd once again, if anybody in Seattle is still up and watching our minor assaults, we certainly hope you guys are tuning in. Everybody up in Seattle with Tilted Thunder Roller Derby. Tilted Thunder, of course, a Seattle-based league, and also a member of the RDCL, which is the National League of Bank Track Roller Derby. So we are excited that they are tuning in tonight, and we cannot wait to see them whenever teams are ready to start traveling again. All right, we are ready to get back to the action. We will introduce you to your jammers. It is Zippy Hippie for the blue team, Thigh Voltage, my boss, for the white team. Volty gets bumped off to the infield. Zippy gets bumped off too. So both jammers kind of reconvene at the back of the pack. Zippy almost able to slide by along the inside, but gets dumped off and has to reestablish behind the pack. Now up to the front of the pack, getting some help from a blocker. There goes Volty. Volty's out and clear for the white team. Still got Zippy at the back of the pack, trying to find an opening, ducking down to the inside, but runs out of real estate. Here comes Volty on a scoring pass. Volty runs squarely into Sandra Slay O'Connor and gets the worst of that one. Ducks around the inside, trying to find an opening. Volty down again. There goes Zippy Hippie, clearing out of the pack for the blue team. Volty down along the inside and calls it off. Good job, boss. They don't like it when we call him boss, but you know. Anyway, Volty runs the AV committee, so technically is my boss. Kitty Joe, number 1184 at the jammer line for the blue team. Your jammer for the white team is Choking Hazard. Kitty Joe escorted off onto the infield. Now gets up, trying to get back on, running out the front of the pack. Out the front of the pack goes Choking Hazard. Hazard is your lead jammer and coming around for a scoring pass. Meanwhile, Kitty Joe running up into some defense at the wall. I see Evil Twin up in there, kind of trying to sneak by along the inside. Trying to sneak by was Choking Hazard, and a blue team blocker said no. Now Choking Hazard again. Make themselves as small as possible and stick it to the inside in the corner. Kitty Joe finds an opening and gets out of the pack to try to cap this at one more scoring pass for Choking Hazard, and that's going to do it for the clock, so we'll check on the scoring from the infield. Seven points for the white team. White team in front right now, 41-26. Scare Bear to the jammer line for the white team, and that's going to be Dolly Spartan for the blue team. There's Dolly Spartan now around the outside, able to find an opening and takes off your lead jammer for the blue team. Scare Bear taking advantage of some friendly fire. Three blue team blockers got tangled up, and Scare Bear said, I'm going to head on through. Here comes Dolly Spartan now, catching up to the pack. White team is trying to hold up in front and play keep away. Dolly's going to fight by the outside. Scare Bear has gotten out as well. Scare Bear racing up to the pack. Dives in there sideways. Runs up into the kick plate. That couldn't feel good. Scare Bear picks up 1 point on the back of the pack with the hustle. Excellent job. Dolly Spartan puts 4 on the board for the blue team. Excellent effort there. Putting another point on the board for the white team by Scare Bear. Princess Jaws now at the jammer line for the white team, and that's going to be Thunderdome for the blue team.
15.
Jaws ends up sliding down to the inside, gets blocked by the blue team. Now another blocker trying to shake up there along the outside. Thunderdome gets knocked down at the back of the pack, now back up. Now Thunderdome out the front of the pack. Who run Border Town? It's Thunderdome, and Thunderdome coming around for the blue team. 23 seconds left on the jam clock. Jaws still trying to find an opening, so Thunderdome might be able to pick up 5 on this scoring pass. Action kind of grinds to a halt there in the back straightaway. Thunderdome got dumped onto the infield. Princess Jaws still hemmed in. All right, we will check on the score from the infield on that one. We are going to have a timeout, though, before we get to this. What do we got? That's an official timeout. We get the signal from the infield, so the regulators need a moment to talk over some action in the last jam. We will let them do that. Hey, if you're watching this minor assaults bout and you or somebody you know is a 10 to 17-year-old that loves to skate, the minor assaults are always looking for new skaters to join their team. Coaches not only teach technique and knowledge of the sport, but they also help build leadership, teamwork, and problem-solving skills that'll help in life situations far beyond roller derby. Just minor skating skills, dedication to learn, and a positive mental attitude are all that we require. Come see what all the fun is about. Ask any Arizona Derby dame how to get involved. Don't forget, Derby fans, if you're having fun watching tonight's live roller derby action, next bout is on January 7th. It's going to feature a doubleheader that you don't want to miss. Bombshells against the Doomsday Valkyries and the Brutal Beauties taking on the Schoolyard Scrappers. Be sure to follow us on every social medium you can to stay up to date on all of our future bouts. We're back to the action at hand. 6:55 to go until halftime. White team's in front 42-35. Blue team trying to cut into the lead. Blue team jammer Zippy Hippie. Jamming for the white team is Pinky Die. Zippy dumped off to the infield. Now it's going to get back up. You got to get back up behind your blocker, so it takes a second sometimes. Pinky gets escorted to the infield. Now up to the outside. Tries to go right up Main Street. Getting those blockers pushed further and further away, but the blocker's able to hold tight. Gets some help from the white team blockers, and bursting out of the top of the pack, there goes Zippy Hippie. Here comes Pinky Die. It's a bit of a jammer race. Pinky's trying to stay close. Here comes Zippy. Zippy's going to try to slide in here and get some points at the back of the pack. Calls it off. I want to say I think Pinky Die was close enough to pick up a point on the back end at least. There you go. Points for both sides again. Pinky Die with the effort point, sticking up there at the end and not giving up on the jam and picking up a point with 1 second left. 43-37, white team in front. Black Mamba at the jammer line for the blue team. Your jammer for the white squad is Taylor Terror. Taylor right along the inside, just bullied through a blocker. Taylor now coming around, trying to catch up to that pack. Mamba still stuck in at the back of the pack, now trying to outrun those white team blockers, but Princess Jaws, sorry, I looked away from the microphone. Princess Jaws up there to be, and now getting out, there goes Mamba. Taylor out behind, Taylor finishing off the scoring pass. And Taylor calls it off. Whole lot of action there coming into the far turn. You saw a bunch of blockers spinning around each other. 5 minutes till halftime. White team is in front by 10 right now. That's Crash at the jammer line for the white team. Black Eyed Please for the blue team. If you're keeping track, I think the score for the sisters is Taylor 8, Black Eyed Please 4, so this is Black Eyed Please's chance to equalize. I'm just going to keep tabs on that all night because I like numbers. whole lot of skaters taking a tumble. Here comes Crash. Black Eyed Please tries to cling to the inside, but Antifa runs her out of real estate. Oh, there she goes out the front of the pack. Found an opening and got some help from one of her blockers there along the outside rail. Crash still trying to get through. Here comes Black Eyed Please. Crash manages to get out of the pack. Black Eyed Please now. Trying to get past that last blocker. Fighting up along the rail and gets past Antifa with a feat of strength. Pulling herself along the rail. Black Eyed Please picking up 4 points. Keeping track of the sister tracker. They're tied 8-8. Stevie Thunder to the jammer line for the white team. Socks for the blue team. Socks' socks are shorter tonight. Getting the pack adjusted. Uh-oh. Oh, we've got a power jam for the blue team. Stevie Thunder drops off the track. It's going to be Socks number 19 up there to do the power jam for the blue squad. Blue team has all 4 of their blockers as well. So they got a 1 blocker advantage. No, I'm sorry. They called down the wrong person. It's a full pack. So, I mean, besides the missing jammer, it's a full pack other than that. Sox waits for some help from their blockers. Pack kind of comes together and sort of reforms around Sox. Slowly moving pack comes by me here at the announcer nest. Now blockers taking a tumble. We got 15 seconds left in this power jam, and there goes Sox. Sox has 9 seconds left. Now the white team's going to come together and try to move the pack, try to play keep away. 2 seconds, 1 second, that's going to do it. So once again, excellent power jam defense. We've seen that a lot tonight. So yeah, you know what? We're not just an offensive league. This isn't arena football. There is good, strong defense all over the place here, and it's wonderful to watch. As the son of an offensive lineman, I endorse it. We have Sandra Slay O'Connor at the jammer line for the blue team. White team is Holly Hood at the jammer line for the first time during this bout. Sandy down to the inside, runs into a blocker, tries to outrun the blocker, then Sandy gets knocked down and Holly Hood is out and clear. Sandy now gets out as well, so try to keep this at 1 scoring attempt for Holly Hood. Holly Hood blazing around the track. I can't even think that fast. Scare Bear takes a tumble. Holly Hood out the front of the pack. Here comes Sandy now. Sandy fighting to get through. Holly Hood making her way around for another scoring pass. Defense trying to keep Sandy pinned in. Now here comes Holly Hood along the inside. Sandy gets out of the pack as well to finish off that scoring pass. Five seconds left. Holly Hood along the inside and calls it off. So Holly Hood able to finish off 3 scoring passes there. We will check on the official score from the infield. We got 4 points for the blue team. 14 big points for the white team. That is a humongous offensive number right now. My goodness, in such a low-scoring game, that can be a difference maker. Princess Jaws is at the jammer line for the white team. Black Eyed Please for the blue team. Big collision, bunch of blockers down. Somebody literally just put their hands on someone and flipped over their back. That was Evil Twin, literally flying through the air to get in front of Black Eyed Please. That's giving it all up for a block, everybody. Black Eyed Please does get out, of course, and is now coming up on a scoring pass, weaving her way through, but running into a 4-pack of white team blockers. Now a collision. There's Black Eyed Please. Manages to get by, but takes a tumble. Oops. There she goes, makes her way through. Black Eyed Please now with 6 seconds left on the jam clock is going to weave through, runs into the white blockers. Evil Twin now trying to block her again. Black Eyed Please tries to sneak by on the inside, and that'll do it for the jam. Blue team, 10 points. Black Eyed Please puts 10 on to get this thing right back close again. It's halftime. We're going to take a 10-minute halftime break. Just a quick one here so we can switch benches and take a breather. Clofton Peak Grudge can drink half a 2-liter of soda to try to moisturize my mouth. Right now, white team in front, 61-55, but the blue team closed it up a lot there. Also, if you're keeping track of Sister Fight, Black Eyed Please is ahead 18-8 at this point. Hey, Derby fans, there's another t-shirt making its rounds. Do we have a Tropicana field rule? If the shirt hits the ceiling, is it out of play? Dead ball, shirt hit the ceiling. All right, we are into halftime. Get those red raffle tickets ready. We've got another raffle prize to give away. Your winning raffle ticket for the halftime break is 411213. 411213. If you're a winner, head down to the raffle prize table. They are waving their hands right now.
Get your red raffle tickets out. It's time to pull another number. Your lucky number tonight is 411178.
That's right, fans. If you have won a raffle prize, head on over to the raffle table and pick it up. Okay. Is that you off that? Is that off? Thank you. All right, we are going to start things up here in the second half. It's going to be a power jam for the blue team. Sandra Slay O'Connor is fixing to rule over this one. And oh, wow, look at that. Blockers right off the outset. Close out the inside. That's what happens when you know you got a power jam coming up after halftime. You can set up an offensive strategy. Now, the white team is trying to keep the pace of play moving fast. Here comes Sandy on her first scoring pass. Runs up into a defensive wall. It's composed of High Voltage, Hollywood, and Crash. Scare Bear trying to get by on the outside. Scare Bear pinned in at the back, which is not letting the white team get together at the front and try to move away. Sandy tiptoes by along the inside. Volty was running up there to try to catch her, but not successful. 15 seconds left in the power jam. Sandy now steadies on her skates, 10 seconds left. Sandy tries to get up on the outside, bumps into, that's Crash along the outside of the rail, not letting Sandy through, and that's going to do it for the power jam. We will check on the score from the infield and see if that was enough for the blue team to jump in front. Blue team 7 points. Blue team jumps in front. Blue team in front 62-61. Evil Twin to the jammer line for the white team, and that's going to be Black Mamba for the blue team. It's much easier to tell who Black Mamba is from a distance now because Mimi Mahler's not in the juniors and they have the same ponytail. Anyway, that's just announcer stuff. Black Mamba's dancing along the rail and runs by. Black Mamba out and clear. Evil Twin getting bumped around, running into some defense there. That's Gypsy Danger knocking her around. Ducks around the outside. I'm sorry, that's not Gypsy Danger. I assumed it was her because of the red hair. Yeah, that was Black Eyed Please. My bad. Sorry about that. Anyway, Black Mamba out the front of the pack, finishing the scoring pass. Evil Twin sliding in, and Black Mamba calls it off. 4 points, your standard jam. Pinky Die at the jammer line for the white team. Blue team jammer for the first time this evening is Karma. Both jammers now trying to find an opening. Pinky Die is going to bump into Shirley Temple of Doom and get pushed off to the infield. Looking for an opening. Now trying to run by along the outside, but that door is closed by Shirls again. Both jammers now kind of on equal footing. We're trying to get by. There goes Karma. Karma's your lead jammer for the blue team. Took a block from Hollywood and absorbed it and kept on going. I don't know if I could do that. Pinky Die now trying to find an opening. Karma along the inside. Tries to weave along the inside. Pops back up on the track. All right, calling off the jam. All right, stepping up to the jammer line now with a twirl for the crowd. That's Princess Jaws and a power jam for the white team. Looks like we got 3 versus 3 out there. Princess Jaws lining up. White team down by 8 right now, but a power jam is a great way to fix that. So here we go. Blue team trying to keep the pace of play moving. Taylor Terror trying to get in there and create a little bit of turbulence in the airflow. Jaws gets bumped off to the infield there, is going to get up and reestablish. White team now. Blue team is still able to unite at the front of the pack. Black Eyed Please and Dolly Spartan linking hands. Taylor Terror blast right through. Tries to open up an opening. There's a block by Black Eyed Please, and now up to the outside. Princess Jaws now back up. 12 seconds left in the jam here. All right, and the clock expires on that power jam. Another solid defensive effort on one of the power jams. Okay, no points for either side there. Excellent defense once again. Jammer for the white team is going to be Muerta. Jammer for the blue team, Kitty Joe. Everybody's lined up now, and we're ready to go. Muerta to the outside and runs right by. Muerta, your lead jammer for the white team. Kitty Joe up to the front of the pack, trying to outrun a blocker. Wins a fight with the blocker. Kitty Joe's out as well to try to keep this at one scoring pass for Muerta. Muerta runs into Black Mamba, now ducks to the inside, trying to get around that pivot. Picks up her 4 points and calls the jam. All right, setting up the jam now. We've got Zippy Hippie for the blue team. Your white team jammer, that's Choking Hazard. By the way, it was pointed out to me that we have another sister battle going on. Slappy Go Lucky on the blue team, and this self-same Choking Hazard for the white team are sisters as well. So that sister battle is currently 1-0, but Choking Hazard now is going to put some points on the board for the white squad. Runs up into some blockers. Tries to go along the inside, but just runs out of real estate. Goes back and tries to reset and steps on the track right in front of Zippy Hippie, and they both fall. Choking Hazard now, threading their way through the pack, and Choking Hazard puts 4 points on the board. Zippy Hippie escapes as well. Choking Hazard's going to try to get another scoring pass out of this with 18 seconds left on the jam clock. Hazard up to the high side. Signals to call it off with Zippy Hippie spinning in the background. 5 points for Choking Hazard. Sister Battle Part 2 is now 5-1 in favor of Choking Hazard. Black Eyed Please to the jammer line for the blue team. Princess Jaws for the white team. Less than 5 minutes to go here in the third quarter. White team is back in front by 1 point, 70-69. It's going to be a tight battle throughout. I can sense it. Black Eyed Please now tries to spins her way around a blocker. Excellent move there, and Black Eyed Please is out. Princess Jaws now out right behind as well. It's a rather leisurely jammer race here. Black Eyed Please going to try to pick up what point she can. Up to the high side, zips around. Found an opening. Blockers for the blue team. Closed up the pack. And let Black Eyed Please right through with just a couple seconds left on the jam clock. Blue team back in front, 73-70. Socks to the jammer line for the blue squad. Scare Bear for the white team. Scare Bear up to the high side, now down trying to deal with a couple of blue team blockers. Looks like we got Shirls out there and Thunderdome wearing the pivot stripe. Skater down there in the back straightaway, that was the blue team jammer. Scare Bear trying to find an opening but gets dumped by the defense. Meanwhile, there goes your blue team jammer. That is Socks, and Socks is lead jammer. Scare Bear still fighting to get out, manages to get by. Takes kind of a courtesy bump from Shirls. So Scare Bear is going to try to put the pressure on here and keep this to one scoring pass for Socks. White team trying to play keep away and keep themselves out in front. Keep from getting caught by Socks. Socks gets bumped to the infield, now trying to get by a couple of skaters, and the clock's going to expire. right, 2 points for the blue team there in that jam. We were waiting for the score from the infield. Looks like we've got Black Mamba for the blue team, Antifa for the white team. We got number 16 versus number 616 here. Black Mamba racing along the outside and gets to the point before the blockers. Black Mamba's your lead jammer for the blue team. Antifa's behind a solid 3-wall of defenders for the blue squad, but able to duck by along the inside, gets around Dolly Spartan and Black Eyed Please. Black Mamba now approaching the pack. Crash gets crushed. Big block there by Black Eyed Please. And they call it off. Black Mamba getting through and calls it. 4 more points on the board for the blue squad. Blue squad in front by 9 at the moment with less than 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. Kitty Joe to the jammer line for the blue team. Thigh Voltage for the white team. Volty to the outside and is able to rush through and get to the front. That's my boss. She's lead jammer. Here comes Volty now to the outside, looking for an opening, trying to leverage along the rail. Meanwhile, the blue team jammer, Kitty Joe, gets out as well. Volty ducks along the inside and picks up a point, and Volty calls it off after picking up that last point. All right, so 5 points for the white team, keeping it close here. Less than a minute to go in the third quarter. 79-75, blue team in front right now. Black Eyed Please for the blue team, Hollywood for the white team. Black Eyed Please trying to play a little bit of jammer defense on Hollywood, and there goes Black Eyed Please right out of the pack. We're going to have an A-grade jammer race right here with Black Eyed Please trying to stay in front of Hollywood. Easily one of the fastest skaters we've got. And just gets that point and calls it off. That is a hard-fought point for the blue team. Wasn't able to pick it up. I am sorry, I spoke too soon. Black Eyed Please didn't get a point. My goodness, had to call it off with Hollywood closing in quickly. Lining up for our last jam of the third quarter. Zippy Hippie for the blue team, Choking Hazard for the white team. Zippy Hippie trying to get by that. Almost got by on the inside and just slipped off the coping. Takes a tumble to the infield, so both jammers now still trying to get out. Choking Hazard along the inside and ends up sliding down. Has to get up behind the blockers again, and we've got another defensive struggle. Now there goes Choking Hazard around the outside. Fired out of there like a piece of steak on somebody that did the Heimlich. Racing along the outside, getting clear of the pack is Zippy Hippie. Here comes Choking Hazard to effect a scoring pass. Ooh, they run right up into a couple of blockers there and get dropped. And Choking Hazard calls it off on their way off the track. 3 points for the white team. It's quarter break. We're going to take 5 minutes to catch our breath. Your score right now, blue team in front by 1, 79-78. We'll be right back. Don't look now, but we got another shirt coming.
Get your red raffle tickets out. We have 2 winners right now. Giving you a second to get those tickets out. I know you're excited. First number is 411157. That's 411157. The second number is 411202. 411202. If you're a winner, make some noise. Those numbers again were 411202 and 411157. We're moving on. It's 411187. Going once. Going twice. Rough crowd. 411182. Womp womp.
Yeah, we'll try again. We are ready to go here in the final quarter of the evening. Fourth quarter getting underway. Tight bout so far, 79-78. Blue team in front. Thunderdome for the blue team. Princess Jaws for the white team. Thunderdome blasting out the front. Master Blaster run border town. I'm just going to do that every time Thunderdome gets out as lead jam tonight. Thunderdome now coming around. Princess Jaws able to fake out Black Eyed Please. What a move by Princess Jaws. I'd say she had Black Eyed Please on roller skates, but that, you know. Anyway, weaving through the pack, Thunderdome just goes down Main Street. Jaws had gotten out as well and was closing in, so Thunderdome calls it off. 4 points for the blue team. Looks like we've got Kitty Joe for the blue team and Pinky Die for the white team. Just about ready to go here and ready to go. Pinky is going to run along the inside there. Pinky had a fullback, Huerta, just kind of clearing the path, and Pinky slides on through. Kitty Joe is up towards the front and dealing with some white team blockers. Gets almost onto the infield, but spun to the back of the pack by Muerta. Sorry, I keep looking away from the microphone. There goes Pinky Dye up to the outside. Kitty Joe out the front. Pinky Dye, friendly fire, choking hazard, gets in the way. Pinky's going to go ahead and call it off. Pinky Dye had aspirations of picking up the jammer point and then fell. So that did not go well for Pinky. Black Eyed Please to the jammer line for the blue team. It's going to be Evil Twin for the white team. Looks like another clean jam, so these minors have been skating relatively low on penalties, which is what we saw earlier as well. So good, clean skating. Black Eyed Please down along the inside finds an opening right away. Fought on through thigh voltage, and Black Eyed Please is your lead jammer. Evil Twin now out as well. Evil Twin's one of our adult skaters helping fill in here. Evil Twin skates for the Brutal Beauties, excuse me. Now Black Eyed Please catching up to the pack. Runs squarely into that wall of blockers, and they didn't budge. You got 1 point for the blue team there. Sister Battle 1.0, 19-8. Muerta to the jammer line for the white team. Your blue team jammer is Zippy Hippie. Quickly to the front of the pack, Muerta found an opening along the outside rail, and Muerta dashes to the front. Zippy Hippie bumped off onto the infield by Taylor Terror with the defense on the front of the pack. Then Zippy gets through. Muerta down to the inside and able to zip right through the pack. Muerta calls it off. All right. 4 points for the white squad there. They jump back in front, 86-84. Stevie Thunder to the jammer line for the white team. Sandra Slay O'Connor for the blue team. Stevie trying to fight by along the rail. There goes Sandy down to the inside. Stevie gets dumped along with one of their blockers. Sandy now races along the inside. Sandra Slay O'Connor bangs the gavel, and she's out in lead jammer for the blue team. Stevie Thunder hoping to offer a dissenting opinion here as Sandy approaches the pack. Stevie still at the back of the pack dealing with blue team blockers. Sandy down to the inside, and Sandy weaves through. So Sandy now coming around for another scoring attempt. Stevie's at the front of the pack, tries to get by and gets blocked by that last blocker for the blue team. 10 seconds left on the jam clock. Stevie gets waved through at the front of the pack. Sandy gets slid down to the infield, is now going to try to get up and try to pick up some points here before Stevie makes their way around, and that's going to do it. The clock expires. Eight points for Sandra Slay O'Connor, but unfortunately also a penalty. So those 8 points come at a cost. We're going to have a power jam. It's Pinky Dye to the jammer line. Blue team in front by 6 at the moment. 6:45 to go in regulation. Coaches are adjusting the pack. All right. There we go with the power jam. Pinky Dye blasting right to the front. Wow. Pinky Dye out already coming around for the first scoring pass with just 15 seconds gone. Pinky Dye putting points on the board for the white team. 37 seconds left in the power jam, and here comes Pinky again. Up to the outside this time. Block from Black Mamba. Now a little bit more of a fight. Blue team trying to swing around, and with the help of her blocker, that was Hollywood removing that blue team blocker from the front of the pack. Here comes Pinky Dye scoring pass number 3. You can see the blue team only has 2 blockers out there. So that was a full penalty bench for the blue team on that one. Pinky Dye puts 15 points on the board in the white team power jam. Excellent job. White team goes over 100. It's 101.92 at the moment. White team now up by 9. It's going to be Scare Bear for the white team. Zippy Hippie for the blue team. Scare Bear finds an opening along the inside, and Scare Bear's your lead jammer for the white team. White team now is going to try to cultivate that lead they've got and try to keep in front here with 5 minutes to go in regulation. 45 seconds left in this jam, and Scare Bear's coming around on a scoring pass. Zippy Hippie gets bumped off to the infield by Princess Jaws and Taylor Terror. Now here comes Scare Bear trying to pick up that jammer point. Zippy's trying to stay in front. And Scare Bear calls it off. Scare Bear keeping pace there with Zippy, but wasn't able to get up and get that jammer point. Still, excellent offensive effort from Scare Bear. 4 more points on the board for the white team. Jamming for the first time for the white team this evening, Colette Razorcat. Your jammer for the blue team, Dolly Spartan. Watching the action now, Colette quickly to the front, tries to get around Sandy and does. White team lead jam once again, and that's how you protect the lead. Colette Razorcat now coming around and closing in on the pack, with Dolly now trying to take a run around the outside and does. So Dolly will try to cap this at 1 scoring pass for Colette. Runs up into a couple of blockers and calls it off with those blue team blockers united at front. That was Sandy and Gypsy Danger at the front of the pack. 2 more points for the white team. They extend their lead to 15 with 3.5 minutes to go in regulation. Black Eyed Please for the blue team, Aunt Tifa for the white team. Tifa's creeping down the track. Black Eyed Please is also creeping down the track. There goes Tifa, gets bumped off along the inside. Black Eyed Please just trying to brute force to the front of the pack, and then she gave her sister the okey doke. My goodness. Taylor thought Mary was going to the outside, and she head faked and went through on the inside. That was a nice move. Aunt Tifa's out as well. Black Eyed Please trying to pick up a couple of points here at the front end. Ducks down to the inside, gets by those skaters and calls it off. And Black Eyed Please told me earlier she's just a blocker, please. That's Muerta at the jammer line for the white team. It's going to be Sandra Slay O'Connor for the blue team. White team ahead by 11, 2.5 minutes to go in regulation. There goes Sandy around the outside, and Sandy's your lead jammer for the blue team. Blue team's going to try to cut into the lead here. Muerta gets out of the pack as well, half a track behind, trying to put the pressure on. Sandy now gaining on the pack. They've got somebody pinned in at the back and are trying to keep the pace of play slow. Sandy up to the pack, trying to get in front of a couple of people and calls it off. We'll check the back end. There are no points on the back end. 2 more points for the blue team. Lead is 9 with 1:55 to go in regulation. We have Socks for the blue team and Pinky Dye for the white team. Pinky Dye, of course, put the white team in front here just a few minutes ago. Kind of the hero of the moment at the moment. Running along the inside, blue team lead jammer once again. Socks gets out. 1 minute, 30 seconds to go in regulation, and it is not out of question yet. Socks can put points on the board here, and blue team gets lead jam again in the last jam. Sox now catching up. Pinky gets out, so they'll try to cap this at one scoring attempt for Sox. Sox now back in behind some white team blockers, gets to the front, trying to get past Colette Razorcat, ducks to the inside, gets bumped onto the infield, struggling to get back on the track, calls it off. Pinky Dye coming in with a full head of steam down the straightaway. Oh, all 4 points on that pass by Sox. Excellent job. 107-102, white team in front by 5 points. Thigh voltage to the jammer line for the white team. Kitty Joe for the blue team. This is probably for all the marbles right here, more than likely. Running to the front of the pack, Kitty Joe gets out and is lead jammer for the blue team. Thigh voltage out as well, almost exactly half a track behind. Kitty Joe is going to try to get some points on the board here and also leave enough time for another jam. Kitty Joe weaves right through the pack. And frenetic signaling from her bench, their bench. Kitty Joe calls it off. We've got time for one more jam in regulation, and the white team is in front by 1. Hollywood to the jammer line for the white team. Black Mamba for the blue team. Let's hear it. This is, unless there's a penalty jam, this is going to be it. Quarter clock has hit quadruple zeros. Hollywood starts from way behind. Hollywood up to the outside, and Hollywood is your lead jammer for the white team. Black Mamba still pinned in at the back of the pack, trying to get by Muerta and Colette Razorcat at the moment. Hollywood now closing in on the pack, trying to put the final touches on this possible white team victory. Meanwhile, at the front of the pack, Black Mamba still trying to fight through. Finish off this scoring pass. 2 points for Hollywood on the board. Let us check the penalties. Could always be a penalty jam. Like I said, if you see everybody pumping their fists like they're trying to get a semi honk their horn, that means penalty jam. We will check the action here and see. Creeping out to the trackside is head referee Lollipop, and with that whistle, Lollipop signals the white team is victorious 109-106. But hey, fans, Derby's the real winner, am I right? These minor assaults are out here practicing against each other and some of our adult skaters as well, and honing their craft for when minor roller derby picks up again nationwide, and they can try to win their title once again. Okay. Fans, of course, stick tight. Here comes the blue squad. Come on down and slap hands with your favorite skaters on their way by. But also, fans, get your raffle tickets ready. The cash giveaway, the big green raffle tickets, and the little red raffle tickets for the tattoo.